Oi. Oh, hello. Hello, lads. Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream. Back at it again with exciting step today. I've been looking forward to this stream for a long time now. This is the stream where we actually start animating stuff. And it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be scrumptious, dare I say. So let me show you how things have been going. How are you? Before we check on Gabi, how are you? Are you good? If you're not good, well, make yourself good, and then we'll see how good Gabi's doing. Fried chicken? Question mark. Ask cushion. I don't know. Fried chicken indeed, my fellow. Can Gabi beat Goku? Or, well, when I'm done with her, yeah, she will. I guarantee it. Relatively good, better now. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Bro wants to make an animation. Yeah, of course. Of course I want to. This is the bit I've been looking forward to. This is what it's all about. So Oh, I almost lost you there. Let's have a look. So I've got a lot of the rig hidden right now, because there's quite a bit of stuff going on. If I turn on some of these layers, I've been working on I think I was working on the hair, in addition to other video content type stuff. So I've been doing lots of file management mostly this week, but in the time I've had on the rig, I've got the hair all rigged up and working now. It's still a little bit off, and there are bits of this rig that are still a bit off with the weight paints, but it's at the stage now where I know how the bones will work, and I can fix those problems later. Like I'm at the stage where I have enough to start animating with, so I want to start animating, and I think it's going to be one of those things where as I start animating, I'll probably find problems with the rig, and yeah. So I did this cool test pose. I don't think I saved this one, but I can do this now, or I can give her the 2000s Smosh haircut if I, like, blow her hair this way. So if I take all of these strands and blow them this way in the wind, watch this. Look at that. It's Anthony Smosh, guys. Check that out. Woo. And I can curve those inwards. I know it's very, like, there's a lot of, like, bones, so it's there's gonna be a lot of colored lines covering up her face. But this is what I was able to sort of get. And yeah, there's still a little bit of jank here and there with it, but those are... I want to get, like, animating going, because as I start animating, I'll be able to find, like, in practice, I'll be able to see what the issues look like. Like, you know, I'll see if there's issues in context rather than just me trying to imagine what issues I'll come into. It's one of those things where you kind of have to do a bit of everything, and then it sort of meets in the middle, if that makes sense. So yeah, check that out. It's we got the windy day in the editor today, my fellas. I've done some mesh improvements to it as well. So the hair mesh is actually slightly different. I don't think I've got the backup version, but the ends of her hair will now sit more flat, whereas before I was rigging this, there was like a lot of aggressive curvature at the bottom of her bangs here, and that was not playing very nice with the bones. So I've gone in strand by strand and just tapered the strand more, so it looks even spikier than it did before. And I was gonna say the curls, but that's me. This isn't my hair we're talking about, because I'm used to talking about my own hair here. But what do non-curly people have? I have curls, and each curl, like whenever I cut my hair, I have to go curl by curl. But I don't know what you call that for someone like Gabi. Strand by strand? Lock by lock? Maybe that's the word. Well, each of these locks, I've like gone and tapered it more, sharpened it, and you know, sort of it kind of looks like it sits a bit better with gravity now. Like it's like gravity is kind of doing it's just pulling it down and relaxing it when it's just in its idle pose like this. So it still has the right silhouette, but it's just sits a little nicer. And I've also changed like these sides so that they stick out a little bit more. They're a bit spikier just with these little strands. And yeah. So the UVs are a bit messed up from me doing that, and I still gotta do normal editing for the hair, but I think we can get to that later on. Like, I don't think, like, I want to really do animating now, so I'm pretty confident, having now done the UVing and stuff steps a few times, that I can just go in later and fix it, and it won't, it should be fine. And I'm a bit tired of UVs, so I'm just gonna leave that alone for the moment, and get onto the fun bit. So the rest of her body was done a little bit ago, and now that the face is done, it's like, that gives me plenty of, oh yeah, speaking of which, with the face, I was doing a bit of more tweaking with it. I totally forgot about this. But if I go in to my test poses, I created, just to test out the facial rig, I made this little test pose. This was meant to have the hair, but I've redone the hair rig a few times, so the hair bones are not gonna move. But I just couldn't help myself. I had to test what a facial expression would look like with this facial rig, and that's a test one of her looking like, you know, thrilled. So that's cool. It was a little weird. I'll admit it was a bit weird rigging this up and like posing it, because it looks like I'm looking at someone now, which I guess is a good thing. But I feel uncomfortable. Like, I'm never this close to someone's face. Like, I do not like I don't like making eye contact, and I don't like looking at people. So it's a bit uncomfortable now that she looks so lifelike, it's just kind of weird. It's just like, oh, I feel like I should look away because I don't want her to like think I'm staring at her. But then I remember she's not real, and it doesn't matter. But it's, yeah. So you can see here, I don't know if I showed you this last time, but she has fangs now. I did her teeth and everything again, and she's now got little feline fangs, little canines, or whatever you call those teeth. I don't know what you call those ones, but she has them, and they're visible from the side as well, so that when you look at it from the side profile, you can see them like that. And yeah, so anyway, that's the cool fun stuff with the face. What we want to be working on right now, however, is, let me just reload save. What we want to be doing is, with animating, because there's a few different phases of animating, and the first phase when you do something with animation is like blocking. So just getting the basic key poses. So I want to do some key poses today with some of the key animations that she's going to need. To give you an idea on the animation style, for those that don't know, I'm going for a very specific style, and it probably won't matter yet because we're just doing blocking. But the animation style I'm going for specifically is going to look something like this. So let me like up the resolution for you guys. It's going to be this limited animation style. So yeah, contrary to what you may think, this is all 3D, this stuff. So the model I've been doing this whole time has been to this specification that lets you animate like this. So you can see, frame by frame, the background is moving more often than the foreground, than the characters. So you see the background there, it's going to be moving like at whatever, 60 frames a second, whereas this character is moving at a fixed frame rate with no automatic interpolation. So we did that with Gabi's model last time, with her old model, and we're going to be doing it again this time. Except this time, I know more, okay? I have leveled up a fair bit. And also, you'll notice a few things that are kind of funny, like this frame. So if we start doing stuff like this, where the arm will like bend unnaturally, don't freak out, because this is what the professionals do and it works. And that's, you know, if you've ever looked at like the Overwatch finisher animations frame by frame, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like a lot of unrealistic warping and stuff like that. So we're not going to be doing camera work like this. This is like more cutscene type stuff. We're not going to be doing that, but we're going to be doing like in-game, like her in-game animations. But because we have the whole rig now, if you pay attention to, this is like one of the idle animations for the game, I think. You can see that the strands of hair are all animated, so we'll be able to do stuff like that. As for the particles, well, that's going to be a whole other, that'll be another time. But yeah, so that's just to give you an idea on what the quality bar and the style I want. So that's kind of why, that's sort of this is kind of going to be the apex of the journey, I reckon, because all of the weird decisions made with making this model are going to start to matter now. So when people were like coming at me of like modeling it, you know, with triangles or whatever, with the texturing and everything, this is where it all kind of starts to make sense when you start animating it in context. And I think context really is like, that's kind of the only play, when you see it, it'll like all make sense. So the weird arm is normal because there is a mod and she's supposed to have a hoodie. Oh, right. Well, I didn't know that. Well, I see that kind of stuff quite often. Like even with non-modded games, you see frames like that all the time. Arxis are the masters of 3D animation. Well, yeah, see, that's why I'm studying them, because I don't know a better source. Like, I cannot name a single studio that does that exact look that well. So we're gonna do it the way they're doing it. So we're using Blender in this case, which, oh wait, I've got a few layers missing. Wait a moment. Let me find them. Yeah, there is a weird problem, because I've used Rigify to set up these controllers, and there is a strange issue where because I've customized it so much, it doesn't generate the layer names properly anymore. So I've had to like manually try and assign them, but one of the controllers is missing. There we go, because I need the IKs on the left and right, and for whatever reason it isn't doing it in the menu. I haven't worked that out yet, but I don't think it'll matter. Alright, so what I'm going to do, we're going to start a new animation, and we're going to just call this, like, idle, I guess. Or no, we'll start with walk. That'll be easier. And I will, like, try and keyframe. What I'll do is, yeah, I'll just keyframe these bones for the moment. Action editor, keying, location, rotation, scale, and we've got a keyframe now on the timeline. So here's what I'm gonna do, because we can't do this all in one day. This is like weeks of work to do that good. So we're gonna start with the very basics, and we're gonna just be thinking about what animations does Gabi need for the game. Where's Notepad? All right, so let's make a list. We know she needs idle, walk, run, jump, idle, jump, running. We're not going to do all these today, but we need to get a start on these things. What else do we need? Wall run left, wall run right. Well, I guess we could just make one wall run and mirror it. So we'll just make one wall run for one side and mirror it. Wall run, what else? Grind, slow, grind fast. What other animations did I have? Well, I guess this would specifically be jump start, because these are going to be separate clips. So jump start is when she launches from the ground, jump end is when she lands, and then jump loop idle. So the jump loop for when she's not moving, and then jump loop for when she is moving. We'll call this moving instead of running. Wall jump. Grind jump. Slide. We'll do slide start, slide loop, slide end. Those are the ones I think of the top of my head. There's probably going to be more. The thing is that this time around, to make things look even better, I want to introduce more transitional animations. So what we'll do, actually, to give you an idea on the amount of animations we'll need, let me open up the game. And we'll have a look at how current in-game Gabi moves and what I want to improve, what I, you know, a few things. And I just remembered I need double jump. Need one of those as well. Oh yeah, climbing. Yeah, that's right. Climb animation as well. Climb. So let's look in game, and we'll see how current Gabi moves, and we'll do an interesting analysis of this, because I've had a lot of time to think about Gabi's current in-game animations and what I want to do with them, like the problems that they have and what I want to do with them. Oh, hey Tim, thanks for dropping by, man. Appreciate it. Rebound? Oh yeah, there's the new combat animations. I totally forgot that as well. Yep. So, combat, rebound, combat launch, air dash. We'll need one for that as well. There'll probably be more that come to mind, but let's have a look at the gameplay. We'll just wait for that to open. Do I use blend spaces or individual animations? No blend spaces. We're just doing all bone animation because I understand bone animation. I do not understand blend spaces, and I'd rather just stick to what I know. So it's been a hot minute since I've taken you guys in the editor like this. I don't know if I've shown you, but there's been for those that weren't here for some of this stuff, I've done some more systems work, and the lighting engine has been redone. Well, when I say redone, I'm just using a different lighting engine now, so the game will run a lot better and it looks a lot better. But if we look at her in game, you'll see that let me just triple check that my desktop is showing. Okay, great. So you'll notice in game, so we have like her movement animations, and even just in this with her movement, there's some things I want to do. So some of you might notice that like her movement, it just rotates her to whichever way she's facing to move. And I can do like circles like this. But it looks, it's a little unpolished. And then when I turn, you can see that she leans a little bit into her turn. But that's using a script that I wrote that just rotates the character mesh. But it glitches out, you see. Because watch this. If I set the FPS to like 10 or 5... you'll notice that she'll start glitching out. If I alt-tab the game, now if I just let that run, so I'm got the chat window focused right now. If I let this run, she'll start rotating. Some of you might have noticed this in the old builds, is that if you alt-tab out of the game, for whatever reason now it's not breaking. What on earth? Because what's meant to happen is when I click off the game, the frame rate of the game lowers to save performance, and if the frame rate's too low, the rotation code starts glitching out, and she like rotates upside down. But the one time I want to show you, it's not doing it. So I don't know what the deal is there. But so instead of using that script to rotate her, I want to just animate in those leans myself, because it'll look like it'll fix that bug, and it will just look better. Another thing I want to do as well is when she stops running, it just lerps automatically to her idle pose, which looks kind of lame. And I want it so that when I do that, she has like a skidding animation or some kind of transition. And same for when she changes directions. Instead of her just like watch this slow motion. If I press the D key, she like stops, idles, turns around, and then starts running, which looks really not good. So I want to implement some kind of state where she'll like skid and then like immediately jump the other way. So that's going to require some programming work as well. But it'll make it so that she doesn't lose acceleration. That's the idea, because it feels really bad when you switch directions like this and all of her acceleration just vanishes, and then she has to like turn around and then start moving. So it'd be great if I just hit D, and then she like bounces like an elastic band, like she just ricochets back the other way. So that's gonna take a bit of work, but if I can make animation clips for that, it'll look really cool. What other animations do? So this is just basic movement animations. So there's gonna be quite a bit of work there, but I want to put in that work because it'll look great if I can pull that all off. There's also the jumping, and the jump animation's been through some iterations. So you can see here at the moment, there's actually a animation like that, which I really like. So I'm going to try and make a similar one for new Gabi, where she's running like that. And this actually looks better when she's moving. It's the sort of launch into the air animation. But it plays the same one idle as well, which I don't know if I want. We then have a falling animation, which looks not great, but it's better than what I used to have. And then when she's moving, she like, I don't know how easy it is to see there, but you can see that when she's like, when she's stationary versus when she's moving, she'll move her legs forward more when she's moving in the air. So she like leans a bit forward more. So we'll have something like that as well. The slide animation is quite funny because this is actually not an animation at all. It's just a static pose, which is, it's been like that the whole time. And I don't think anyone has noticed that it's just a static pose. So I want to do something a bit cooler with the slide. I want to have her like maybe on her knees or something, and having like lots of motion. So those hair bones will come in handy for that. So have her hair like tussling about as she's sliding. And imagine like a thing where instead of just getting up, she does like a flip or something, or like a spin. I don't know, has anyone here played Vanquish? It's like this old Sega game, and they have this thing in their slide where he's on his knees and he's like skidding across the ground. And then when he gets off the slide, he'll sometimes do like a corkscrew breakdance move and get up. So I want to do something like that. It'll be really cool, I think. Way cooler than just this automatic interpolation nonsense that we've got here. Because yeah, I don't have any transitional animations for a lot of that stuff. And the reason I'm pointing all of this out is because I've paid close attention to the feedback I've gotten on the gameplay and everything else. And a lot of people that played these builds have all said that like the gameplay is fun and everything, and it's like lots of potential, but they always kind of have that the character doesn't feel like, it feels a little bit jank and indie still. And a lot of that can actually be fixed without changing the code, because I've put in a lot of work to remove jank with the code, and there's going to be a few issues there as well. Like one complaint I remember getting a lot is like the stickiness of the wall run and everything. But besides that stuff, a lot of that how it feels can be fixed with animation, and you don't really even have to touch the code. So I remember there was a specific point, I might have been devlog 20 or 25, I can't remember which one, but I remember getting lots of complaints about the jump feeling janky and stuff. And everyone was saying, oh, the jump feels slow, or it feels sluggish, or I don't remember the exact complaint, but it didn't feel good. And all I did is that I changed the animation for it. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh man, you've engineered this somehow and it feels way better. And it's like, all I did was change the animation. Like the code is the exact same. It's the exact same parameters, the same jump height. And I think it was the double jump. That might have been what it was, because I didn't have a double jump animation. And I added one, and I was like, oh man, that double jump now feels great. And it's like, really? Because it's the exact same double jump. Like, it's the exact same. I just literally added a flip to it. So what I learned from that was a lot of game feel, of how you feel, how it all handles, is just animations and polish, really. It's got nothing to do with the code. So that's what we're going to be like. That's kind of the main purpose of this entire model, is so that I've got a lot of, like, most of last year I was doing lots of back-end work. So I was doing lots of systemic, like, engineering systems that I could use for, like, making game content, like mission frameworks and dialogue systems and things like that. And that's not stuff that you really see. But with all that work I've done, the game is like, it's in a position where I can start making like some content for it. But Gabi hasn't grown with those systems. Like she's looked the same for the last year, right? And it looks, there's some like offness, there's some jankness about it. So one thing I think I can do to help bring this build and all the levels I've been doing to a great standard is just making sure Gabi handles the best she can. And at the moment, I mean, her current in-game model, it's like, it's okay, but it isn't Arc System Works quality, you know what I'm saying? So Yeah. Oh yeah, and what else animations? There's the climb, and then there's the ledge grabbing, and the ledge grabbing is very unpolished, and I'm trying to grab this ledge, and it isn't letting me. Can I grab it on this side? There might be a collider in the way. That could be it. But if I go and try and grab some ledges, you can see that there is no animation for ledge grabbing either. It's just a static pose. And then the pull-up animation. Now, don't be mad, okay? So the pull-up animation is actually not animated with that style. It's actually animated at 60 frames a second, because when I tried to do the limited animation on the ledge grab, it looked like it wouldn't work. Like, it just looked like she was glitching through the ledge. So I had to do this, like, cope where it's because the actual character controller's moving, and if that's moving and Gabi's animating at the same time, it looked really weird. So I'm gonna come up with a different thing to handle that with. But you can see that her hands keep floating around. I don't know how easy that is to see. I've sped up the animation so much that you can't really notice, but if I like zoom in, watch her hands. See how they move up and down like that? So I wanna like remedy some of that and maybe pick a cooler animation, because this isn't very stylish either. And then I think finally there's the vault animation, which is a bit better. But I could do something more stylish as well. So the thing is that when I made this model, I wanted to go full on with style, but I knew that there was something a bit wrong with it and that it might not work out. So I kind of like did a half effort. But this time, now that I'm very confident with this rig, I want to go all out with style and make her a lot more acrobatic. So I've been watching videos of like gymnasts to get an idea of like, there's like a certain grace that I want to have with her movement. And I kind of know more what I want based on the old model, because I know that that isn't quite what I want fully. So, anyway, that's enough explaining. Let's jump into it. So we'll start off with... Actually, you know what? Because I think I do have a test idle pose here somewhere. Because I haven't named all these. I've just done a bunch of test poses, and I haven't named these very well. So we might just start with a walk, just a basic walk cycle. Just for the moment. And then I'll try and find that idle pose later. All right. So what I'm gonna do, we're just gonna do blocking, and we're not gonna go full detail yet. We're just gonna get maybe through some of these poses and get blocking going. I don't think, did I even put, okay, so I put walk. We'll do walk and run. We'll focus on those two for the moment. Maybe a flip on the, yeah, that's what I was thinking, like having a flip onto the ledge or something. I thought it'd be really cool. But that's, so that's just sort of the scope of everything we need. And let's see how we go with just blocking it. So I've turned off a lot of the bones at the moment, because I just want to start with the basic building blocks. So the idea with this is, the basic idea is, we're gonna just do this over in like iterations. So we're gonna do like a roughing pass where we get all of these, but they're all very rough. And then we go over them all again and improve them, and then again and improve them until we get what we're happy with. But we're gonna start, so this is not gonna look great yet, but this is how it begins. Just with and the poses are very important. One of the reasons I spent a lot of time on the model in particular. So I'm just going to start with the beginning of a walk. And because I've looked at this model so much now, I have a pretty solid idea on how I want her to feel when she's like walking around. Because one thing I didn't quite have solid in the previous model was her personality. Because I had a rough idea, but the model itself was not really expressive enough. So with this new version, I have a much better idea on how I want the personality of the character to come through. So I want her to be very, like, when you look at her moving, it's like a combination of like grace and like rambunctiousness. So I want some of these animations to have lots of like sass or personality to them. but have like when she's parkouring and stuff, the more action heavy ones, it's like kind of graceful, which I don't really have in the old model. There's like no grace. And we'll get to why that is in just a moment, but let's just get some of these key poses going. So I'm not going to fidget around too much with the fingers and everything yet. I just want to get the hands, legs, and torso and head. That's all I want to focus on for the moment. And we just got to get it sort of basic blocking on the timeline. That's it. So because I've put in all this effort to make this work the way it is, moving a lot of these bits are quite easy. Because like if I want to give her a very like supermodel walk, I can just move this bone left and right, and that'll do it. Anyway, now that we're sort of getting a move on with this, has anyone here tried Cascader? No, I can't say I have. Keep the pose from the exit grind. I don't think there is one. I don't think when she stops grinding, she just plays the fall animation. Unless you mean the jump where she jumps off the rail, because when you fall off a rail, there isn't an animation, but if you jump off one, she does like a spin. I'm gonna do something similar to that. I'm gonna try and do something a bit more cool, but I'm gonna still have a cool like flip, something like that. I want to actually go very hard with the flips. I want to have even more flips everywhere. I want it to be very gymnastic looking. So yeah, weirdly enough, yeah, I haven't really been looking at a lot of parkour reference. I've been looking at mostly gymnastics, which is probably similar. There's probably overlap, but gymnastics is a bit different. It's a bit less urban and more, what's the word? It's like tighter, if that makes sense. Like it's more strict, whereas parkour looks a lot more free and loose. But gymnastics, I mean, it's a bit more established. It's been around longer, right? So it looks a bit more, I don't know what the word, I don't know you know what I mean. If you've watched gymnastics and you've watched like parkour, you'll know what I mean. I just want to think about her torso here, because I want to, like, do I want her kind of like relaxed, leaning back like this? How straight do I want her posture? I think for this walk, I'll have a very straight posture, and then I might do like a slightly faster walk where she's like leaning in a bit more. And then we'll do just basics. We'll just get her fists and clench them. Oh, but there's a certain axes I have to scale these on for them to fold. Hold on. I think it's the X. Oh, here we go. Oh, I don't want it to bend that way. There we go. So because of the way I've done the fingers as well, it's a bit different to the old model, because I used an older version of Rigify, but clenching her fists is just a lot easier, because I literally just take those and scale them down, and then that's kind of it, really. And then I've got a clenched fist. And there we go. Look how easy that was. Now, that doesn't mean that it's all going to be easy, don't get me wrong. It just means that clenching her fists are pretty easy. Alright, because I'm probably going to keep the fists the same. And when I look at it from this angle, it does look a bit weird, doesn't it? Let me try rotating these again. I think I must have done something wrong. They're like rotating out the wrong way. Maybe I need to... Yeah, that's better. Alright. Because those I'm just going to leave those as they are and probably not touch them for the... Yeah, like it's probably pretty good. Alright. And I want this to kind of come up a bit more, and this to kind of come a bit lower. And then her shoulders, I totally forgot. That's why it looks a bit strange. Her shoulders are not really moving. So this has to come a bit forward, that one has to come a bit back. That's nicer. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's copy it, because I think what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna copy it. And how long do I want this animation to be? We'll make it 60 frames. That might be too, it might be too slow, but we'll see how we go. Oh, yeah, it's very slow. We'll make it 30. And we're gonna get rid of that automatic interpolation mode. We'll just do constant. So it's just gonna snap between these poses. And we'll have to do some but just not like big in-betweens, but just rough in-betweens. So we'll scale that to half. And we'll do, there we go. So what I'm doing, I should probably mention before I went live. I made the frame rate. So here's what we're gonna do for the frame rate, because with these animations, right, the whole thing is this limited frame rate, no automatic interpolation. So when we were looking at the in-game model, something I got wrong last time was that I animated at the wrong frame rate. So what I did was I animated at her old model, which I have open here actually. So this is her old run pose. So this was animated at 24 frames a second on 2s, which is what you would do for a traditional anime. So real anime is animated at that frame rate. But what I didn't account for was that in-game, 12 FPS looks like 7 FPS, even though it's 12. It just looks blockier in-game. And what I learned is that Arc System Works figured that out as well. So they actually animate at a slightly higher frame rate than real anime. They animate at 30 FPS on 2s, not 24. So to avoid that mistake, I'm now doing the same. So instead of 24 FPS on 2s, I'm doing 30 on 2s. But keep in mind that the on 2s is not constant. So one thing I remember getting told with these animations is people kept suggesting, oh, you could have it so that like the frame rate is variable and like slower actions have more frames. The thing is that I did that, but no one noticed. So it must have meant that I didn't do it very well. But I did do it. And I think part of the reason it wasn't noticeable is because I needed more frames. I needed 30, not 24. So now that I have a bit more frames to work with, the models are still going to have limited animation, but they'll play a bit nicer in game. They'll look a little smoother, and they will like have more room for variation in that, because it isn't constant. Just keep that in mind. In traditional animation, the FPS is not constant. It does vary depending on the action. So for a walk, it might be a bit more constant, but for something high action like a flip, you might have fewer frames at the beginning and end and more in the middle or the opposite. So that's something to keep in mind. But we're not going to get to that stage yet. That's not something we worry about in the blocking. We're just going to do key poses. So now that I've got a key pose for that, I want to do one for like in between these two, just so that I've got something. Because having her just flip like that is not really... We need a little bit more for a blocking, I think. We can do just 2 more in-betweens. I don't know if, maybe these would be counted as key poses too, perhaps, because these are quite important, I think. So we just start moving that back, moving that forward and up. And this is the thing that's so cool, is because this is all like done with controllers. I just have to move. I don't have to move each individual bone, because there are a lot of them. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot. We'll move that down, move that across. Oh, Tim's gonna go back to work. No. Well, thanks for sticking by, man. Thanks. Have you looked at any cat reference? A little bit. I've been looking mostly at gymnasts, not gonna lie. I think the cats type stuff, I don't want to use too much. It's because it is kind of hard, but I do think gymnasts and cats, there is a bit of an overlap, I think. I think if cats were people, they would move like gymnasts. That's just the vibe, you know? I don't know really how to describe it, but there's a certain grace to gymnasts that I feel like if a cat had the body of a human, they would move like that. But in terms of the most cat-like thing, a lot of that's probably going to come in with her ear, whiskers, and tail. And then maybe for some extreme things like climbing, we're going to have... I tried to use cat reference in her current climb, but it was like a first draft type thing, so it didn't look great. But yeah, I'd like to look at it a bit more. It's just hard because their body structure is so different. Now I just got to remember where that fist... Okay, so these fists have to sort of be near the same spot. And then her hips have to be sort of centered. So I'm kind of using my imagination to fill in the gaps. But I think her head comes... Yeah, now that I can see a bit of motion, I can see that her head kind of comes back a little too far. Oh! What did I just do? I think I zoomed in. There we go. What I might do, I might get rid of that keyframe at the end. And we'll just loop half of this. Because that's all I really need at the moment. Because I just need to look at the main pose. And I can see... So, yeah, because that end one is just going to be a flipped version of this, so it's going to... Maybe yeah, alright. I'm just going to kind of focus at the side at the moment. Need a bit of movement on the head. Having it sort of bob up and down. So the timing is not going to look great yet. We're not going to have any cool follow through, secondary action and stuff yet. It's just going to be just the basics for now. But when I look at just the basics like this, because I'm thinking of big picture like the pose, and I can see that we got to bring the hips lower on these. Because I'm like using my imagination to fill it in, and it's like I can start to see things now. So this has to come lower. And then that has to come higher. That's a bit nicer. But yeah, no, her leg needs to come back further here, I think. Because I'm just thinking, like, how would it feel if I was in this pose? And I would maybe bend my leg more, and maybe I'd have this sort of... maybe not that much. You know what? That might be alright for the moment. That's the thing. I feel like... here's a trick I picked up on. Because I've done some animation streams ages ago with her old model, and I've noticed that you kind of need to jump around different animations because you need to give like your eyes a rest from them, sort of thing. So I'm gonna try and be conscious to just do like a bare minimum version of this and then quickly move on to something and then come back to it, and then I'll probably notice like more ways to improve it. So what I might do is I might mark that as a keyframe and copy it and then paste flips. There we go. And this actually, that is not flipped. There we go. Actually, that's not so bad. I thought it would look a bit worse. It's not the worst, actually. So you can see already, you see how her hips sort of shift side to side like that? There's like just already there's more attitude in that walk than her old one. So that's cool. I like that. Like if we look at it from the back, because this is what the player's gonna see. Just imagine a bit more fillings in between these. Like she's already looks kind of menacing, you know? Like she looks like she's got a purpose. She's what's that yeah, me and the boys on the way to parkour the whole town. Me and the boys on the way to get the singer combo. See, I feel like she's got a lot of attitude there, where if we go to her old walk, let's have a comparison. This one, actually, I didn't dislike too much, personally. I thought this was okay. But you can see that it's a bit... Well, I guess because there's more effort put in this one, so it's a bit bouncier. But you can see that the legs move quite awkwardly, because for those who don't know, when I did her old model, there's actually like, she's actually got like bowed leg syndrome. Like her legs bend outwards too much, and I didn't notice until I started animating. So her legs will actually like bend unnaturally, and it looks kind of strange. So we don't have that problem here now. You see her legs are a lot more straight. But you can see that there's quite a bit of bounce. Like she looks a bit clumsier. Like, especially like when she takes a step, it's like she's putting a bit too much force. Like it isn't as relaxed, you know what I mean? It's very like clunky walking, like she's struggling with her armor. Whereas this one, it looks like she's sort of she's like in control. So we're gonna leave the walk there at the moment and we'll move on to another one, because there's always more to be done, but we just need to get some blocking going. So we'll tick off the first pass on walk done, and I'll add a bunch of checkboxes to this list. So I don't know how many we'll get through today, but we just got to get some stuff. I reckon we'll do. There's an idle thing I want to try and find, because I did have a pose, but it needed a bit of touch up, and I want to show you guys the idle, so I'll try and find it. So I'll make a save, because I've dug this up in some random, it's in some test pose thing. So I'll try and find which test pose it is. Because yeah, it wasn't this one, because the thing is, for those who have been here on the earlier streams, I made a bunch of poses to test the low poly version. And that was with a different version of the rig. So the rig is going to be a little, like for these ones, it's going to break a little. Like the arms will be in the wrong spot. This was the Gabi wearing hoodie pose, but she has no hoodie, so it looks like she's just on a, like holding handlebars or something. This actually didn't break too much. But some of these other ones... Oh, actually, that didn't break too much either. Not bad. But some of these other ones have broken quite a bit. Actually, this one didn't break either. Oh, cool. Maybe a lot of them are not as broken. So this pose I made, I might use for like a landing, because I just think it's freaking cool. It's the Marvel pose. So there's that one. So these were just made... That's why I've called them test poses, is that they're just made to test the rig. But yeah, when we get to like the test flip I tried, the arms all break. So yeah, that one I might have to redo. Then I tried this one with her arms folded, but her fingers break. Then one where she's stretching, but her back just folds. But there was one, I did some stretches too, but those are all broken now. But there was one where she had an idol. Oh yeah, and this was the pose for the combat thumbnail. So I've got this, yeah, so that wasn't a drawing on that thumbnail, but for those that saw my combat video, that was a screenshot of the the 3D model. So yeah, I've got that one. And you can see I've done some camera tricks here, because if you look at it from this angle, it looks fine, but if you move the camera, her arm has been scaled, like, unbelievably. But there was one called, like, Idol. Oh, here we go. It was this one. But because when I made this pose, her arms were slightly shorter, because I had to fix some stuff with the model. So I want to repurpose this one. So I'll make a copy of it, and we'll call this Idol. And I don't know if there are keyframes on these other bones. And if there are, I want to remove them. Because I don't want to use the tweak bones and stuff yet. But because they don't all show up on this menu for some reason, I have to go and manually find them. So I just gotta make sure that these don't, yeah, so some of these shouldn't have keyframes on them, like the FK handles. So I'll just clean those up and take those off. Actually, you know what? If I can turn on visible all of the ones that I don't want keyframes on and just remove the keyframes at once, that'd be scrumptious. Because yeah, a lot of these are like FK handles, which I don't want to use. So I just don't want to have mess, and I don't want keyframes on things that don't need keyframes, like all of these. Because if I remove these, the pose doesn't change, because they aren't being used. So I only want to keyframe stuff that's being used. So yeah, there's nothing on the face bones. The torso might have some. Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. But the torso tweak, I don't think has, yeah. All right, that looks good. Let's turn these ones I want back on. So I want the torso, tail, fingers, and then the IKs for the arms. And the legs. And I think that's it. I don't want the tweak bones yet. Let me just check that they're all turned off. Okay, it looks like it. Cool. All right. So I'll keyframe this at the moment, and we'll start like making, because their arms are a little too high up, so we'll have to fix that up. The first model looks a bit like how it feels to wear skis for the first time. Yeah, I mean, I haven't worn skis, so I can't relate. But when I do, it'll be like that, probably. Alright, so okay, what do I need? I'm just looking at the shape, so I'm going to turn off our materials. Yeah, the arms are all bending. Yeah, the arms are bent wrong. This has to be a bit more relaxed. So I want the idol, because I really want to do something different. Let's actually, for reference, let's look at the old idol. I think I had a few different idols, actually. So her first idol was like this, which it's a bit, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't, I'm just not, no. And then the second idol I made for her was this one, which I didn't really like any of the idols, to be honest. And then idol 3 was like the current one we see. This one is the best I think out of all of them, but it's I Well, I think this is more to do with the model proportions than anything. Because the animation's fine, it's just the model, it's just because the anatomy is off is what looks off for me. Like, it looks like her shoulders are not broad enough, her legs are, her torso is too short, her arms are too skinny. Like, that's kind of the offness that I see when I look at this. So with her current, more anatomically correct one, we can correct a lot of that. But it also gives me the opportunity to, like, pick different poses. Something does look really not right, though, with this arm. Something is not right. It looks longer than the other one. Oh, okay, maybe it's just because it's been bent down more. But I don't know, something about it looks kind of strange. It feels like, it looks like I've scaled something. Let me just have a quick check on the tweak bones to make sure I haven't scaled one of these. Oh, this has a keyframe on it, and it shouldn't. Ah, it did have keyframes on it. Oh, it was scaled. Aha. See, that's why I want to go in and fix some of this, right? Because it's just, because when I was doing the previous version, I had to do a lot of these weird fixes to account for yeah, so I was like, yeah, the arms just look a little too long. What's going on? It's because these tweak bones had been scaled. So let me just go in and double check everything else to make sure that it doesn't have, like, scale modifying on it or something. So I'm gonna just select all the bones that I am not wanting to use and just reset, clear their rotations. So I'm gonna Alt-G, oh yeah, there's some keyframes on this. Take that off, Alt-G-S-S to clear all that. Cool, all right, that's looking a bit more what I want. So then we'll turn back on the torso, fingers, IK. I think that's everything I want on right now. Because yeah, I just want to stick to the base, like the main bone group, like the stuff that is, like, major. I don't want all the minor little controls on. That's gonna come more later on. Okay, that looks a lot better. So let me make sure keying's, auto keying's on. There we go. Much better. Arms look in proportion now. And that's the cool thing, because I've been looking at this so long, I can tell, like, if something's been scaled or moved, I can just kind of tell now, and it's like, oh wait, this isn't right. Yeah, so the FKs are all hidden now, and their scale modifiers off and everything. I think that was with the tweak bones, that's what that was. So the thing is, because I've been trying to study the Guilty Gear idols, and just to see how they move, and they do a lot of movement in their idols. So let's see if I can find a reference. Who's the name of that guy? Soul Bad Guy. I think that's actually his name. It's just Soul Bad Guy. Soul Bad Guy idol. Yeah, check this out. Oh, okay, we're going a bit too far in the past. That's a bit too far. There we go. All right, check these out. Look at these idols. Look at him. Because I've been trying to study what they actually do, and look how much movement there is. So you'll note, look at the buckle on his torso. So there's a bone in there, which Gabi has as well, and it scales the entire torso in and out. And it looks unrealistic as hell, but it looks cool. And if you pay attention to, like, the collar, that's got movement. The shoulders are actually moving as well. What else? The hips are actually twisting slightly. The hands are following it, and, like, bits of the clothes are scaling as well. So you look at that wristband, it's actually scaling up and down slightly. And if you look at the arms, like, there's a lot of movement that I don't have in my ones. And it looks like the feet actually don't move that much. And then you get to the next game and actually, look how much, like, look at the legs. Look at that. So they actually have bones, which Gabi also has in her thighs, that will, like, move bits of the thighs around. And what else does this? This is from the next game, so this is a bit of a higher quality model. But you see how, like, the forearms are scaling? Like, look at that. So now that I've been paying closer attention to how they do stuff, I can go, hey, I can add forearm scaling to Gabi as well. Like, maybe, you know, when I think of her, because I need a good pose first, right? But once I do the pose, I can start thinking about, well, what kind of movement should I have? And the thing I think to do is to just move her chest up and down like I was doing for her old idol, like this, right? So what I thought to do here was just move her entire torso up and down like that. But the Guilty Gear models don't really do that, do they? If you look at his hips, they aren't moving up and down, really. Well, they are a little, but way less. The frequency is a lot lower. But all the other movement is with scaling. So you can actually see here, if you look at his belly, that there is a bone in the belly that is just moving the belly up and down with lots of, like, secondary action there. Like, the torso is moving a bit, but the belly is, like, lagging behind. And it's, like, really exaggerated. And I didn't even think to do that. So that's the cool thing when you start studying this stuff, is that it just gives you ideas on, like, oh, what could I move to make this look more lively? And I didn't even think, like, I've got a bit of that here, but you see the frequency's too high. It needs to be more relaxed. And the entire torso is moving as one unit, which looks really unnatural. So I couldn't quite describe it earlier, but that's what it is that the torso doesn't look, it looks like it's a solid object, but your torso isn't really a solid object. There's a lot going on in there. It's very squishy and stretchy, and there's none of that going on in her current idol. Like, it looks very stiff, which is probably why it looks off. Like, when people look at it and go, oh, it's just like, and they can't explain it, but they say, it's just a bit like something's not right. That's what it is. But you gotta really, 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 really stare at it to, like, figure it out. So because we have a lot more bones in this now, we can take advantage of that and fix that problem. But I think for the idol, I just want to get maybe just 2 poses to alternate between, because all of that's a lot of polished stuff that we'll do later. I just want to be happy with the pose. So I want to bring this, because I got to see how this looks from the back. Maybe rotate this a bit more. There we go. And then maybe her hips. Do I want to twist them a little? Yeah, I want to twist them a bit like that. So it's not facing exactly straight. It's like a bit, she's got a bit of, like, twist to the hips. You don't want to go too much, because that's going to look that's a bit much. But just what I had, like this. So you see the difference? Like, when it's straight on versus curved slightly, it just, you know, a bit more personality. Do I want to, like, ankle this up though? Because yeah, I could do this. This is even sassier. So, because that's one of the big questions we're gonna have here is, like, I'm just gonna turn up the lights so it's a bit easier to see. Because one of the big questions I find when you're animating and posing stuff is, like, how far to take it. So this, like, that was it a minute ago, and that's it now. And I actually kind of like this. Because I find that if you exaggerate stuff, it looks better. Like, if you under-exaggerate, it looks not confident. You know what I mean? So this, to me, when I first did it, I thought, oh, that might be a bit too much. But I actually kind of like it. It looks very, you know, it looks comfortable. But her upper body doesn't quite match it. It's her shoulder. It's not her whole upper body. It's just this shoulder looks a little not right. And then this should come forward a little. And then her neck should be a little straighter. That's a bit nicer. So as for the tail, I'll just leave that alone. I don't know what that's gonna be lots of work to do all that. But I will keyframe it all the same. So, I don't know how, should I try doing a secondary pose with this, or should I move on to one of these other ones? I think we'll leave it at the pose for the idle for now, because that, we can't, I think an idle, that's more of a straight ahead type thing, rather than a pose to pose type thing, I reckon. I would feel more comfortable going it in detail, one pose after the next. So I don't want to do that level yet. So I will first pass idle, just that pose, that'll do. Run. This is going to be a bit more fun, but more tricky. So let's make a new pose. And let me just make sure that in the NLA editor that there's like, that should be all right. So I'll make a new, well, let me just clear everything out to default. Make sure everything is just, yeah, okay, that's all in rest, that's in the rest pose now. And I'm just gonna turn off the tweaks. Because with the run, the run is always kind of fun, but it also, if you don't get that right, it'll look really bad. Because the run, you're gonna see a lot. So I might look up some videos of running and see what I like, but I want to use her current run as a reference at the same time, because I actually don't mind it. So let's keyframe the bones I want in a new pose we'll call run. So her current run, let's have a look. That is it currently. And that is 12 frames, I think? So this actually went through a few different versions too, if you'll recall, if you've been following the game for a bit. This has actually gone through a few different versions. So in this version of it, I've like made the poses more extreme than it used to be. So she does make some unnatural poses, and they look kind of even more unnatural because of the proportions. So in the current model, we'll be able to pull off even more extreme poses without it looking as uncomfortable. And I kind of generally like the shape of how this looks. And maybe it's just because I've looked at it so long. I like it for the most bit. Like the rhythm is kind of cool. But just for the sake of exploring our options, let's have a look. And see some other stuff, just to get a feel for what we want. Now, for whatever reason, I've noticed that searching stuff I can't find stuff as easily now for some reason. Okay, this looks like a vault. There's a run reference. But I don't know if it's just, oh, here we go. No, I don't, no, I'm just looking at reference. I don't want to be a workout genius. I don't want this. I don't want, whatever the hell this is. I don't want pre-workout, no, go away. I just want to look at this fit guy doing running. Whoa, that was a bit... Let's slow that down. Okay, we need more. Surely there's... We need like a sprint. He's not running far enough. This isn't gonna... No, I don't know if I can use this. He's like stopping before he gets in his stride. This is... yeah, but he starts to slow down like instantly. It's because he's got a cameraman holding it. He won't be able to run very far. Okay, because he does 8. How many does he do? Okay, yeah, we need something where the camera's moving, which might be harder to come across. I think I remember when I was first doing the run, I was looking at Near Automata for reference. So maybe we'll have another look at it. But surely there's like good run reference where the person runs for more than a second, right? Yeah, like this. But this is more of like a jog. I need something that's like a sprint. Like, I don't know, should I have a run? That's a good question to ask. Because at the moment I've got a walk and a sprint. I don't really have an in-between state. Because this is actually good run. This is like a good... This is pretty alright for a run. But for her normal movement, it's got to be like leaning into it fully sprint type thing. Maybe we'll give this a shot, because this actually looks pretty alright. And maybe it would look better having a transitional from walk to run to sprint. That might look better. Usain Bolt? Oh yeah, maybe I will have to look up the Tom Cruise run. I have not seen that one, actually. I'll have to look that up. Oh, so it isn't just me, but YouTube and Google search is just completely not useful anymore? Okay, that's good to know that it's not just me. Because I don't know what it is, but research has been way harder now, because for whatever reason I just don't get what I want anymore. So I'll leave that open. Wow, I didn't think I'd be watching YouTube Shorts today. Let's search... What is it? Tom Cruise running. See, like, what is this? I always get, like, I get these now all the time, and it's just my search term, but it's some random ad. And it's like, no, go away. Alright, well, let's have a look. Well, you know, we might learn something, okay? This is important. We need to see, we need to consider if we want Gabi to run like Tom Cruise. Where is he? I don't see him. Where's Mr. Cruise? Uh-huh. That's actually like not bad camera angle for like looking at it from the back. Oh, actually, wait, hold up. See, that's the kind of pose I want for Gabi. This fully leaning into it, a passionate sprint. Maybe we'll save that one. Wait, yeah, like that one. That looks cool. I like that one. It's a bit funny. It's very symmetrical. He's got a very symmetrical run. I'm starting to... I think I see what you mean. It starts to like look more military and stiff the more we go. Each new year, it's like more and more like... Look, it's like more and more like a... like perfect motion capture, like perfect symmetry. That's crazy. How do you do that? Yeah, like it's like a robot. What is... Yeah, like what is that? That's crazy. What happens when we get to the end? Is it just going to be like perfectly keyframe for keyframe perfection? Oh no, I don't want it. No, I don't want chicken nuggets. Go away. No, this is brainwashing me. And no, I don't want Prince Harry. What is it with ads? They've gotten so much more. Look, guys. I get annoyed by ads, but you should watch my ads so I get paid. But I don't want to watch... Yeah, the evolution... No, I don't want to watch your ads, mate. Sorry. It's funny, even from this shot, just from this shot, I can tell which one's him. It's that one. Wow. Well, it's probably because he's had to do so much running in all his movies. He's just like, he's done it so much that he doesn't put, like, it's just the exact same run cycle each time. Like, he's perfected it. Well, that was interesting. Thanks for my education and... Oh my god, what is this? Someone's actually... Oh... See, it's like mathematically perfect. What on earth? That is crazy. Alright, well, look. Yeah, we might not be able to... Gabi is not a hardened Hollywood actor like Mr. Cruise here, so we might need something a bit more casual. Well, I mean, the thing is that it kind of works, though, doesn't it? Like, not for Gabi, but like, to me, I could not imagine running this with this much rigidity. Because I think there's no way, like, he'd go way too slow, right? But look how fast he's going, so it must work. Like, as as uncanny as it looks, it works because like he's going really fast. So maybe I should learn that. All right, let's just look at this person for now. We'll start with this pose. Can I open this in like not shorts so I can actually pause it and like rewind it? I think I remember the URL. It's like v != yeah. Oh. Okay. How do I just open I don't want it in shorts. I just want it in the normal player. Maybe if I do YouTube, the shortened URL version with this, I kind of memorize some YouTube URLs. What if I type it in like this? Oh, come on. Why doesn't it... I don't want to watch it in the shorts player. I just want to watch it in the normal one. Yeah, so if I copy this URL and then just leave in that ID, that should work, right? Oh, nope. Oh, it's giving me the... Okay, let me try that again. I didn't do it right. v =. There we go. Okay, now I've got it. Now I can do precise seeking, which is which everyone does in shorts, I'm sure. So let's have a look. Where do I want to start? I want to start a bit... Yeah, you can kind of tell, because I've looked at so much running, you can tell here that she's like not fully in it yet. And then right here, that's when she starts, like, she's like speeding up. Because she has to jump over that puddle, I guess. So what key poses? What are the key poses? Yeah, that's a good one. We'll start there. So what we'll do is, let me just move that over, and I will try and recreate it in Blender. Oh, sorry, I have it covering you guys. Let me move that out of the way. Maybe download it? Nah, that's actually here's a weird bit of legal info for you. Downloading videos from YouTube is actually against TOS. So if I do that on stream, it's over. If I do that, it's game over for me, because I know that they're watching. They're closely monitoring me, Mr. YouTube. So I better... Susan is watching me personally, so I can't do it. It's against TOS. Bet you didn't know that, huh? Because, yeah, believe it or not, I've actually read... It sounds so weird, but yeah, I read that stuff. I read the YouTube TOS, so I know. Alright, so I'm going to flip this around, because the reference is facing this way. So we'll flip this around. So the hips are going to be bent backwards a little. The torso is, like, curved up straight. The head is looking straight on. Like that. And the thing is, we're not going to stick one-to-one, because we can't stick one-to-one to the reference, because we got to exaggerate because of the style. So it won't look great if we just copy the reference. We got to add our own spin to it as well. So I'm just going to try and get like a feel. Not copy it one-to-one, but just sort of get like a what I want. You mean Neil? Oh, sorry. Yep, that's right. Susan's gone. She despawned. We could just make the run like that. Just a T-pose run to assert speed. Move that in. What about the Olympics? Or maybe. The thing is that Gabi is not Olympic level. So I want to be careful using Olympics as reference, because that's like the best of like humanity. And I think if you were to if you saw a character that had like Olympic level skill, it would look kind of strange, because you're not used to seeing that. Like that isn't, like that's like the exception of every like human, like you know, it's the cream of the crop. So maybe, but I don't want to rely too heavy on like the top of the top type stuff. I want to do what sort of feels like, I don't know, something that feels familiar but also is stylish and you know, would make sense for Gabi. I don't know, would Gabi be Olympic level? I don't know, maybe for a human, if she was competing with humans, maybe, but with other felines, maybe not. We'll clench those fists a bit as well. But we won't clench them as much as the run. We'll do like that, and then maybe have a bit of like, bit of variation, because the sprint is going to have fully tight clenched fists. Like that. It's a bit kind of relaxed. Maybe we'll... Oh! And maybe I'll rotate these two in a little. But you can see, maybe you can, maybe you can't. But you see with all the weight painting stuff we did on the fingers is starting to kind of, when you see it in action, they almost look like real fingers without, like, if you just pretend that your skin is gray. Like, you can see that I've painted these so that you actually get that kind of chub in the finger when you bend it. Like, if you look at your own finger and you bend it, you'll actually notice that it like bulges in the middle. And we've actually got some of that here, which is, because I haven't looked at it this closely to actually animate it, and it's like kind of cool. Which, yeah, her old hands didn't have that at all. Like, her old hands were not anatomically like accurate whatsoever. But yeah, her hands look a bit, they need to be a bit more condensed like that. There we go. Because I want, the hands have to, for a sprint, you either have them like fully closed, no, not a sprint, sorry, a jog. I think she would have them a little open just to let air in them, but they have to be like a certain shape. They've got to be, maybe I've bent them too much, maybe that's it. They have to be like, kind of relaxed, but aerodynamic, if that makes sense. Like, they've got to sort of be like cutting through air. So I might take a little bit of scale off this bone. And then I want to maybe like, yeah. And then I think, well, yeah, we'll move that thumb. So that's a bit, oh, maybe it's a little too tight. Loosen it a little. There we go. All right. And you can see that she's actually, you know, she's got her knuckles modeled in too. So I think I didn't quite fully see it till you start animating it, right? But the a lot of those little details I modeled in, they really start to show when you start moving the body, because the natural human body is not in a T-pose all the time. So you probably don't notice most of it. But when you start moving her around like this, you can see those little tiny details, like the fingernails and the little creases for her knuckles and the little like bulges on her fingers when she bends them. Like, that starts to, because it's in a natural pose now, so you can start to notice it. And I'm like, even me, the guy who like put that in there, I didn't really notice it that much until, you know, until right at this very moment. So it looks like this is bent downwards a bit, and then this is sort of bent like that for this sort of run pose. But yeah, this we got to work on the hips and everything still. So we'll take, got to take all that and move it like a bit lower down. And I'll move this further back. And we'll move that. I don't know, there's something, I think it's just because I can't see this reference from the front, so I'll have to just guess, use my own intuition of how, that's probably why it doesn't look right still, is because it's from the front and back. There's no twist in the hips or anything. So that we have to, yeah, that's maybe a bit too much. Because I think what this should look like when in motion is that her torso, because it's sort of facing that way, and it should be like launching up, because her body is sort of pushing up off the ground like that. So her torso should sort of look like it's launching towards there, and then in the mirrored version, it's going the other way. So it should sort of look like that as she's jogging. And I'm looking at this reference, and it's the same, yeah, it's got a bit of sway in it as well, obviously. You guys can't see that. But if you pay attention to like just the way the chest is facing, it's sort of like this push, bounce, like that. If you just pay attention to that area. So that's what we gotta, that has to come through in the pose. So I've lost what frame I had now. Well, her run's pretty good actually. So we go back. I think I can remember. I think it was like this one. Yep. So that's it. It just looks a little stiff from the front, is all. But it's like there's a lot right, but there's just something. And it because the reference only shows me the side, so I just have to kind of guess. Oh, let me move that. I can't see you. Well, yeah, see, I'm thinking she should be leaning forward more too, but the reference is actually leaning very far back, like more back than this. But that doesn't, like, that's sort of how the reference look, and that doesn't, yeah. So I'll have to kind of just decide. Because remember, this was just a jog. The sprint, she'll be leaning like very, very far, but maybe we'll have to exaggerate it. Actually, yeah, that does look a bit better. See, it's weird because we're going off the reference now. Like this, the reference doesn't have a leaning this much, but it does look better. So we'll have to just go on our own of what feels right. The shoulders, I think, might need a bit of movement. Up and down, maybe. Like that should come down a little. Better. Okay, we'll do the next pose. It'll probably look better once we need the in-between of her like hitting the ground for this to make sense. So we've got that one. What's the next? Let's think. I think that one. We'll do this. So we'll go, how many frames? We'll do 15. And then the middle point, we'll copy, paste, flips, set. I know if we do this now, it's gonna look strange, but also we'll clear the interpolation mode. And then at frame 5, I guess, because there's no in between, like exact half between 1 and 8. Well, it's meant to be 7. So maybe we'll do 4. Or maybe it is meant to be 8. I don't know. But yeah, well, I guess we'll do frame 4. That's the best we could do, probably. Because it's here's the thing. Because the Art System Works animations do 30 FPS on 2s. The thing I don't like about 30 FPS is that it isn't divisible by 2. Like, well, it is, but you can't divide it evenly when you start halving and quartering it. It just won't work. Like, when you have like, half of 30 is 15, and that's an odd number. So if I want an animation that's 15 frames, and if I have this scenario, there's no exact halfway point between these two. Like, you only get 4 or 5, which are kind of a little over and under. So that's the one thing I don't like, but, you know, I guess that's just, can't really do much about that, really. So let's get the next pose going. So this is the one where the foot comes into contact, and it looks like the other foot is now well into the air. Let me just check that. Yes, so the foot, this other foot is like up here. It's like, woo, like that. That is actually, it's quite high up. That's pretty crazy in the reference. And this is sort of like flat there. And then the hips are gonna have to even out a bit. And the hands this starts to come like there. But I can't see what the other arm's doing, so I'm just gonna have to guess that it's sort of going back this way. Oh, there we go. So that would be on its way back. Oh, I don't want it to bend her shoulder back that much. That looks alright. Does Blender not have an option to shade with that? I don't know. The weird normal stuff you're seeing is the mirror modifier. So that's actually not the, that isn't my fault. I don't really know how to fix that yet. It's some weird issue with the mirror modifier and doing custom normals, because the one half is fine. You'll see that that's fine, but I still haven't worked out how to fix the other half yet. And I know, yeah, there's some people that say, oh, we'll just copy half of it and duplicate it and scale it, but that doesn't work for the rig. So I'm just ignoring the normals. I just don't care at this point for the animating, because that can come later. So I know it's a little distracting, but I mean, it runs better than having it like this kind of looks worse, because it doesn't, on the shader, it doesn't play very nice yet at all. But this is sort of the easiest on the eyes there is. I do know that yeah, because I have done it before successfully, like once, of like having the custom normals work with symmetry, but it was so long ago and I do not remember how, but I can remember that at the end, because I just need it to look good on one side for the moment. That's something that can come later, because otherwise I'd be spending the stream doing normals instead of animating, which I think I've done. I'm tired of normals. I've had enough. I'm tired, boss. All right. I just don't know if that's bent too high, this arm. Let me look at it. I gotta look at it from the side. From this side. I think it should be like here, I think. But this doesn't look right from this side. Maybe this needs to come out more. That's maybe what it is. Yeah, that's a bit better. All right. And the... Well, I'll have to look at it in sequence. Oh. Uh-oh. Did it just okay. Auto key was... I left auto key off. That was close. Oh my god. Alright, so now it's... What? Hold up. Wait a minute. It just undid all of that. Okay, auto key, please. Let me... Successfully keyed. Okay. There we go. So it's not gonna look great yet, but if I copy, paste flips here, and then copy this, so we can just see like a basic rough. Not terrible, but the torso is not right. It looks like the torso is like fixed. It needs more movement on the torso. Arms are okay though, but I'll have to exaggerate them more. But I mean, it's looking better than the old model. Like when I was at this stage with the old one, it looked way worse. So what I need, as Tyler Ninja Blevins would say, I'm not seeing enough movement in the hips. Yes, yeah, it's because that bone's standing completely still. So we need more movement. That needs to come up. That's a bit better. Yeah, there we go. See how much difference that can make just by moving the hips up and down? So if you imagine the rest of the in-betweens in. But it's still, no, there's still something not right. There's still something not right. I need to rotate the torso more. That's what it is. That needs to rotate like that. That's a bit better. So now her actual torso is like shifting the weight a bit more, but it's still it needs more. We got to take it further. More. That's what we need. More. The question is which way, because we can twist it the other way for like the hips. Maybe actually, you know what? I think it might be this bone. Because the torso needs some twist in it. That's what, yeah, so we'll do that bone. Now the hips, okay, maybe. Maybe it's a little much. Maybe it's a bit much. It's the middle. So I gotta do something with the middle. It's sort of, it's this. I gotta like rotate it like that. That's a bit nicer. Looks a little Tom Cruise. Little bit. Not full Tom Cruise. But there's just, I gotta look at this. There's like a stiffness in the torso. Her hips come up pretty high though. And Gabi's, they rotate, but it's not quite the same. I think I know. It's like yeah, it needs to kind of lean more like, cause that, when her leg is up, the torso is like, I think, oh, it's because this is like, I think this needs to be the opposite. It needs to be paced, it needs to be like that, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Because that needs to like reach towards the ground and this needs to go up. So I think I just had that backwards. Oh, that looks worse. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, I didn't... No. That's not it. But it's something. It's the hips. Hips are always kind of tricky with the run cycle. The thing is that it... I do see another issue though. Well, we'll get to that. It's that this looks too straight. We gotta add, the knees gotta, the feet have to like bend in a bit more here. Like that. Okay, and now it looks a little bit more Tom Cruise, actually. The upper torso as well. Maybe that's what I'm actually seeing. Something about the up. It's the shoulders. They need more bounce. They don't. They need more bounce. So maybe here. Maybe I like bend them a bit more like this way. Oh, that looks uncomfortable. No, but it's I don't know, it's something. I can see it, but I can't. I think I should move on to the next one. I won't be able to point it out yet. But if I let it sit, I'll be able to point it out. But it's the arms and legs I'm pretty happy with there. But it'll be hard to tell until we like see the full with the in-betweens and everything. Although, now that I look at this, something about the pose of the leg isn't right. There needs to be more bend. Yeah, yeah. Because by moving those hips, there's no bend in the leg, and there needs to be a bend. So that also doesn't look right. Maybe just moving the hips down would... Maybe that's what I need to do. Because it needs to be low enough so there's a bend, but then here it has to be lower. Or higher, I think. Lower. But not that, that's a bit too low. I'll take the foot with it. It has to be like that. Okay, that's a bit, the legs look a bit better now. But she does move a little bit too high. There's too much movement. So maybe here, we'll take it down a little. Yeah, it's just this. It's the in between. That's why. Because it goes up down like too much. So it has to go just a little bit like that. Oh, hold up. I was on the wrong keyframe. It's got to be like that. Okay, now it's a bit gentler. It isn't as bouncy. All right, I gotta move on because I am gonna obsess over that. I'll have to come back to it. What's next on our first past list? Ooh, actually, the slide pose would be fun. Let's do that. I've been wanting to do like a better slide pose for so long. We'll do that. That'll be fun. So let's close that one. Oh, oops. Let's get the rig set back to normal. Let's do a new pose. We'll call this slide loop. Now, watch this. So what I'm thinking for the slide, the current slide, if I have it, that's the that's the current slide. It's just a static pose like that, which is, yeah, you know, it's like, it's all right. But I think I want to do something where she's on her knees instead. So, instead of just being fully on the ground, because her butt's gonna get kind of burned off there, which I don't want. But she's got knee pads now, so we could actually make it so that she's like scraping on her knees. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. He's Australian! Asked Potato. Indeed. Half, but technically correct, yes. Guys, I think he's Australian. He doesn't say mate that I know. See, that's the thing. I'm not a big fan of Australia. I know I'm Australian, but I don't like it. There's a lot I don't like. Those who know, you know what I'm talking about. Those who know, I'm not a big fan of how Australia does stuff. I'll say I'm not the biggest fan. All right, let's get a pose going here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have her on her knees, just like you would do on a kitchen floor, while, you know, wearing the slipperiest sweatpants ever. That's what we're gonna do. So what I might do is I might have symmetry on for this one. Physically it's a good location. Physically, that's like all I like about it, is that it's geographically isolated and it's big. I like that, but I don't like anything else about it. Not gonna lie. Not going to lie. Bergman knows. We love essay. We stan essay. Yeah, man, for sure. Totally. Well, I mean, the rest of Australians do, I suppose. Not me. Pick Static says Aussie culture is so trashy. Is Pick Static a fellow Aussie? See, I'm not sure, because I feel like only an Aussie would know, but an Aussie would also disagree. So I don't know. I don't know if he's just done lots of research on Australia, or he's someone like me. Do I fight kangaroo? Oh yeah. Nah. Saw a wallaby down the road. Actually, not kidding. So for those who don't know, there is a difference between kangaroos and wallabies. I don't know how to spell them. So the wallabies are like smaller kangaroos, and I've seen them down the street. They come through. And what is this? This isn't a wallaby. This is a shoe. What is that? Let's get that. Yeah, these guys. They're like smaller, fatter kangaroos. I see these guys quite a lot. It sounds so funny because everyone always plays up the amount of like wildlife there is in Australia, but this is like, I'm not capping here. Like, this is for real. I have a photo on my phone of one of these guys. There was a video I took as well where I saw one in the bush, and then he noticed me and he ran off. But yeah, these guys are pretty cool. So yeah, mate, I wrestle them all the time. What are you talking about? All right, I probably won't need. I don't think I'll need reference for this one. I know what I want. Can I add a wallaby to the game? Oh. No. No, it's too much. No, I can't be bothered. It's too much. I don't want to do an Arc System Works quality wallaby. That's the last thing. It's just gonna be too much. Wallaby boss fight. No, no, no. No wallaby. I don't want any Australian mammals in my game. I don't want any of them. I don't want any... No. Well, they're not mammals. They're marsupials, I think. No marsupials. Get them out. Not in my game, thanks. Can I make Gabi half wallaby? Oh yeah, no worries, man. Let me just redesign the whole character. We'll make her half wallabies. Yeah, easy. That'll only take let's see, that'll be 6 months. But if you want it, yeah, I mean that's what the players want. We'll make her half wallaby. Got to appeal to the Australian demographic. And that's really funny actually, because a lot of my friends ask me if I'm gonna like do like a lot of these Australian events, like PAX Australia and stuff. But honestly, I don't know, man. I think I would rather do the American ones. Because where are most of you right now? I'm gonna bet you're not in Australia. That's my educated guess. I'm guessing most of you are in like the UK, Europe, or America. That's my guess. So if I was to do physical events, I think I would completely ignore the Australian ones, because like there's more people everywhere else. Oh, we got a France guy in here. Whoa. Marsupials are mammals? Okay, well, sorry for being specific. Sorry for going very down in the chain of classification. But yes, they are mammals indeed. Yeah, so all the countries I'm seeing here are all not Australia. So I stand that, yeah. So my point is, well, pick static says Australia gets so few games that you can just own a cult here though. That's true, but would you want to, is the question. Because, I don't know, I don't really get on well with the local scene. I met someone recently, actually, in Australia. I met a guy who he's just graduated from one of these institutions, and he's trying to find work in the games industry. And I had to explain to him that it kind of doesn't exist, and I had to crush his hopes and dreams. But he was telling me about, because we were talking about these events, because there's this event in my city that I think it still happens, but like most people stopped going to it ages ago. And he was telling me about how like it's supposed to be this kind of networking event, and I went there a few times and it was just so boring. Like it was really lame. And I haven't been there in like 5 years. And then I was asking this dude, I was like, hey, have you heard of this event? And he's like, yeah, and he tried going to it, and he came to this, because the thing is that most people disagree with me on this. They all say, oh no, it's great networking, but I just don't find anyone interesting at these places. But this guy had the same experience I did, where he's like, yeah, it's just the same group of like university students that are there each time, and they make like party games, because it's like some pub meetup thing, but you do like gameplay testing, like people bring their games with them and stuff. But it's just the same group of guys that are just reskinning their party game. So instead of Taco Run, it's now Burger Run, and it's just those people that already all know each other that just keep attending. And that's exactly what it was like for me 5 years ago. And I'm like, oh my god, that's crazy. So I don't feel at all sad of missing out on that. But nah, I found the international community is way cooler. There's just more of a talent pool, you know what I mean? But of course, hiring people overseas, things can get real complicated with the tax office. So that's the only downside. To try and get to know people overseas, it's like you can know them, but to work with them and to have it be not complicated, that's not fun. It's just, people kind of make it easier if you're hiring, at least. It's easier to just hire like locally. But then you get stuck with whoever else is on this island, the big Australian island. So yeah, it's an interesting dilemma. What do I want her hands doing in this slide? I don't know. We need a bit of this going on with our hands. They gotta be fanning out. That's what we need. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. That looks fun. Maybe we'll bend the thumb the other way. Yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. But I don't know exactly how I want this to go yet. So I'm just trying to think. I think her body needs to be more compressed. So I'm gonna need those tweak bones now. The torso tweak bones. Because the movement I want is not entirely possible. Gotta take some of these. Oh, not quite like that. Gotta like move some of these. Oh, maybe I can't compress the torso as much as I want. Hold on, let me cook. Let me try something. This looks a bit uncomfortable. Because I want her to like lean into it, you know what I mean? So we'll start from there. It's the neck. Yeah, there we go. And then that's, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Haha. That's cool. That's hot. That's hot. Aerodynamic. And then we'll, oh, not that close. Gotta have her feet close together. We'll rotate them a little, like that. Yeah. Okay, now that's a bit too much there. Yeah, we go. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that aerodynamic. Bro is cooking, indeed. A pose library? Well, I do not have one on hand right now, so we'll get to that later. I'll probably have to move, like, in the final animation, we'll probably jiggle the fingers around a bit, most likely. So I don't know if it'll be worth doing a pose library. We'll cross that when we get to it. No, I think maybe I do want her leaning back a little, because it looks like she's just sitting, like she's gonna bend over and eat. Like, it looks like how you would sit if you're at like one of those Japanese dinner tables where there's no seats, you just sit on the floor. That's what it looks like. So we need it to look like maybe we've got to bring this back a little. So it looks like she's actually... So yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll take the shoulders and just take them back like that. She's got to look like she's like in motion. So we're going to exaggerate. Maybe bring the arms a bit closer in, further back. Yeah, she has to look like that her legs are like driving, you know what I mean? So oh, actually maybe we have her body like this, not exactly like this. Hold up. Bro's still cooking. Bro's still cooking here. Give me a sec. Like this, having it fully flexed backwards. Like that. Well, this maybe. I gotta move her hips forward. This is, yeah, actually I like this more. But it's just getting the hips to like... Yeah. But that's a little, her arms look very not good. So what we might have to do with her, we gotta bring those bones up quite a bit, those shoulders. They gotta be like that for that to look natural. And we might have to like rotate the joints a little. Do I want her hands touching the floor? That would probably be painful. So no, we won't. No, they'll... Because I can't slide like this, so I don't know what her hands should be doing. I feel like they should be going like this behind her, but I think that might look a little strange. Like it looks like she's gonna put her weight, like she's gonna lean back and put her weight on her hands. That's what it looks like. So I'm not 100% on that. Maybe they have to be more out to her side, like that, but forward. Maybe that's what I want. Sort of like this. That's a bit nicer. But she has to keep them away from the floor. Maybe like that? That's actually, yeah, because it looks like she's trying to like counterbalance. Because I think the problem is if she has her hands back, she'd fall backwards, I think. So she has to like keep all of her weight in front of her so that when she's leaning back like that, she propels like forwards and she doesn't fall backwards. I think that's what would happen. Like her hands would maybe a bit higher up, like because they would look kind of braced, I think. Because the thing is, I'm just in my memory, I'm remembering other games with slides like Vanquish, but the thing with those games is that the guy's always holding a gun, so his hands aren't just free flowing. So if we look up like a Vanquish slide, I'll show you the reference I'm imagining. Boost slide. It's such a cool mechanic. Because he's holding a gun, so his hands are just not... they're just in front of him. Oh, then he has... Well, there's a few poses. There's that pose, and then there's one where he's on his knees. Which I'm trying to find. I don't know if the clip will be long enough for it, though. Because there's that one where he's sort of skidding... Which maybe we'll do one like that as well. But there's another one... where I think it's called rocket sliding in this game. So there's that pose, but trust me, yeah, and that move, I want to do something like that. Hold on. When the slide exits, look at this. This is so cool. Look at that. Look at that breakdance. Isn't that sick? That's awesome. I know the video, this is 2010 video YouTube compression here, so it looks awful, but it's sick. So, yeah. But I'm trying to find the one where it's like he's on his knees. Because it exists. I'm not crazy, it exists, I know it. I know it exists somewhere. Is this guy actually gonna slide, or is he just gonna shoot stuff? Okay, let's double speed time. Let's see what he does. I know it exists. I'm not crazy. I know it exists. I saw it. He's on his knees. It says rocket sliding mechanics, but he's only done it once in the whole video. What's the deal? Come on. Oh wait, was that it? No, he's just doing the dodge roll. So weirdly enough, for those who know, because some of you might know I've talked about this game before in some of my early videos. And yeah, Feline was going to be a bit more like this early on, but I realized that Vanquish kind of does it better, and it's like, well, Vanquish already exists, so maybe I just won't. I just won't do that. Oh, found it. Here we go. Bandicam.com, let's go. Okay, that. Okay. So the arms are forward, but because he's holding the gun, he has something to hold. But if I stick Gabi's arm out like that without a gun in it, it's going to look weird. But he's only holding it with one hand. And the knees are a bit more spread out, actually. That's interesting. Maybe I'll try that. Okay, let's slow motion. Let's slow-mo it. What is he doing with the other arm? That's what I want to know. Does he do more? Does he do more of the roll? Or the rocket slide? Okay, so he's got the one arm's like that and one's like that. So I can't really do that because Gabi isn't holding anything, so it would look weird. I can't have her folding her arms either because that would be clunky as hell. Let's start with the knee, because I think the reason, maybe the arms here would actually work, but the knees are too close together, which is why it looks strange. So maybe I'll start by just spreading these out. And, because it looks, the weight looks wrong. So if I do this instead, maybe that'll solve, yeah, this actually does look a little better now. Just shape-wise, because it's like a triangle going up like that. And that was Gabi's old one. So we gotta lift the torso a little bit off the floor. So she's gonna just put all of the weight on her legs like that. So what to do with her arms? Because yeah, they do need to be forward. If they're going backwards, it'll look not right. Maybe she puts her hands on her... No, she can't have it. They can't touch anything. They need to be free so that when she exits the pose, her hands are like ready to go. Maybe just down here. Maybe I have them clenched or something. This is better though, I like this. But I think the torso needs, we need to go back more. Because with that contrast, with her neck like that, it's gotta be very extreme. She has to, her chin has to be like touching her torso. It's gotta look real extreme. Let's have a look at the, and the shoulders. They need to come. They need to relax, I think. A little, not a lot, but just a little bit. Oh no, actually maybe not. Actually, maybe that. I might leave it at just this at the moment. Maybe have them going a little higher like this. What if I go even further? Oh, okay, that's maybe a little bit much. Actually, you know, what if I just go real extreme? Because I noticed that the more you push things, the cooler it kind of gets. This will probably look better when we get the hair bones like moving, but I just want to focus on the most of the main body at the moment. So let's move on, because I think I'm gonna have to come back to that one as well, of the slide. So I will save that. Oh, actually, wait. Let me just make double sure that that was keyframed. Just triple, quadruple sure. Alright, now I'm sure. What's next? Well, these are like the... Well, we got the slide loop. Well, I'll worry about the starts ends, we're not going to worry about yet. We should probably get some kind of jump thing going on. There's actually a jump pose. I want to do the jump start, because I know how I want it to look already. Because Gabi's current jump is... I like it. Jump, start, or jump, what is it called? Jump, no, not this one, this is the old one. Jump, start, what is it, what did I call it? I know it's in here. Jump, moving, start? Oh yeah, that was it. This one. This is like my favorite animation for jumping. So we'll do that. So this one's a bit feline-like, actually. So that'll be fun. So I'm gonna put this on my other screen so I can study it. And this is good because I actually can look at it from all angles, because I actually do like how that came out, that one. So we'll call this jump, moving, start. Hello, HQ. I haven't forgotten your game to get your game. Good. Awesome, man. That's fantastic. Speaking of getting the game, you just reminded me. If you haven't yet, make sure to wishlist Project Feline. I know, here's the crazy thing, right? I think some of you are actually thinking I'm just making this character for my own insanity. But no, it's going to be in an indie game called Project Feline, if you don't know. So, no ulterior motive here, but clicking that green button will make good stuff happen. I'm not sponsored by Project, no, I am Project Feline. I am the one who wishlists. That's gotta be you. You gotta be the one that wishlists. So check it out. Once I do this new model, I'm gonna record all new trailers. I'm gonna do all new pictures. I'm gonna do a complete makeover of the Steam page. So if you wanna study and glorify the current version of the Steam page, check it out. It's projectfeline.com/wishlist. You know what? I'm just gonna chuck the link in for you because I'm that nice. There's a crouch? Is there? I don't know, maybe. Actually, oh, you know what? That might be a good idea to have. Can I explain why in a sentence? Because, you know what? I'll take a quick break from the animating, and I'll show you something in game about crouching. Because here's an interesting thing. Gabriella Arxis Feline from Blender is getting a Project Feline crossover? What? Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty cool. I know. I've been collaborating with Project Feline for a while now. They wanted a new character model for their game, so I said, guys, don't worry. I got your back. So yeah, the guy making the game, don't know who he is, but he's been pretty busy with everything else, and I've just been taking care of the model for him. What is your process to animating characters? This is it. You're looking at it right now. Oh, Javier, you're heading off to got university presentation tomorrow. Good luck, buddy. Was Arxis her last name? Sure. She needs one. She doesn't have a last name. She could use one. Wait, I thought you were making Project V. What? I don't know. It's actually, you know that, hold on. Where's that meme? See, I'm actually working on it with a few guys named Raymond Cripps. They're all named Raymond Cripps, so it gets a bit confusing. It can get a bit confusing. But to describe you the situation of the team right now, I'll have to it's basically this situation. This is the situation with the Project Feline team. So we're all just named the same thing, and I know it can get a bit confusing to people, but there actually are 20 of me on this project that we all do different stuff. So I'm the animator. The other Raymond Cripps does, he's the Scrum Master. He does the daily stand-ups. The other Raymond Cripps does, I don't know. I don't keep track of what all the other Raymond Crippses do. I just focus on the Blender stuff mainly. But we'll take a quick look at some of the work from the other Raymond real quick. So with crouching, this is going to tie into some lore. No, not lore. Maybe lore. Speedrunning lore, perhaps, that some of you guys might have found. So you'll notice, in-game, when you try to slide... where's something I can slide under? I need an object I can slide under. Do I have any? I think there is over this side, yeah. So if I try and slide under something, but if you don't make it out while you're still sliding... Oh wait, it worked that time. What the... Okay, there we go. You see this? Some of you guys might have had this issue where you can't jump and you can only walk. Like everything's really slow and you can't jump. The reason that happens is because this is the Unreal character crouch state. and you can't jump while crouching. The only thing is I don't have an animation for crouching, so it looks like she's just walking. And that's why it looks really weird. So the way you exit out of this is by hitting the crouch button, and then she uncrouches. But because there's no animation for it, it just doesn't, you know, it just doesn't know what to do, so it just stays crouched, but there's no crouch animation. So the two ways to fix that are making crouch animations, or trying to fix that bug somehow, which I think if it was that easy, I probably would have fixed it by now. So the thing is with this is, I think a crouch state would probably, because there used to be a crouch state back when I had the very, very, very first character version. For those that might remember, the low poly blocky Mixamo version. That had a crouch animation. And you can't actually activate the crouch by default. Like if I'm standing still and press crouch, it won't activate. It only activates when I'm moving, and it actually enters the crouch state when I'm sliding, so that I can slide underneath these objects, which I couldn't do normally. But the crouch state's still there, it just, I can only activate it while moving. So one thing I could do if I had crouch animations is I could make it so that you could just crouch while idle. And I don't know, see, I don't know what kind of purpose that would serve gameplay-wise, except allowing you... I guess what it would allow is that if you didn't have enough build-up, you could crouch under these gaps without having to get a running start. Because maybe that isn't obvious. It's like the punishing way of getting underneath something. Because normally you take a running start and just slide under it. But if you can't play the game that well, if you have no skill, you might need to use like a crouch under it. So I don't know, I'll consider it. It just depends on how much work it'll be. Because if it's just, I can't justify making crouch animations, then I'll probably just try and fix it so that when you exit out of, like, somehow it just tries to automatically uncrouch when you exit this clearing. Which I don't know how to do, but maybe it might be worth figuring that out instead of making crouch animations. So that's something to consider. I haven't decided yet. Oh, thanks, Sozu. Good to see you again. Yeah, I like the camera work as well. It took a lot of programming to do, but I like it as well. Bergman wants a crouch anime. Oh, well, all right then. I'll have to make one, I guess. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for the compliment. You can just force the player to stay in slide. Well, it is technically doing that. It's just the problem with the slide, here's where it gets interesting, is that the slide state can only be activated if you're in motion. So if you're ending the slide and you, because remember, it isn't a fixed speed. The slide actually changes speed. So I don't think you can't artificially keep it in the slide state, unfortunately, because it's designed so that when it reaches below a certain threshold of speed, it deactivates the slide. And if it deactivates while you're underneath something, you just go to the crouch state. So it's sensible, but it isn't sensible when there is no crouch animation. That's the only thing. So I don't know. Because I guess if in real life, if you could slide like that, you wouldn't perpetually slide forever, I suppose. Anyway, jumping. Let's get a move on that. The jump animation. So this one's fun because you get to do like a crouching start. So I'm gonna do it even more extreme than the reference because I can take it further now. And I think when I made this jump animation, I was looking at parkour reference at the time, but I don't remember what clip I was looking at, but I do remember how it should look. So I'm just going to use my old animation as reference on my other screen. So she has her hands, oh, she's got to lean forward more. Her hips have got to be like there. But no, she has to... No, her butt has to be higher. She has to look like she's gonna pounce, not that she's sitting. So her weight has to be, like, not resting. You know what I mean? So that's the start pose. So this one's a little different, because this isn't gonna be a loop. I guess that's good enough. Next pose will look something like, I don't know how many keyframes are in this. I guess keyframe 2. So this is where it gets funny. You're gonna like this. This is where it gets funny, because what we do next is we stretch her body out a lot. And this is where the fun begins. This is where we use the squash and stretch, which is, for whatever reason, is like everyone's favorite animation principle. And I don't know why, because every time I ask people about the principles animation, they always come back with, oh yeah, like squash and stretch. It's always that one. And I'm like, yeah, like that, or the 11 other ones. But yeah, this one is pretty common though. So we're gonna stretch. I think her arms do need a little bit of bend in them, but the body is gonna be very, very stretched. Like a cat. It's gonna be like that. And then her legs, well, let me just check her hips. Okay, that's better. So yeah, I know it looks goofy. Shut up. This is what real animators. This is how it looks. Gonna stretch her legs as well. Oh, wait, no, I want to get her tail, and I want it to like rotate downwards, like that. Nah, not quite. I didn't quite get it right there, hold on. I think I need tail follow on, there we go. I want it to curve down like that. And then maybe, can we stretch? No, I don't think I can stretch her tail, unfortunately. Unless I move these. Well, I won't touch those yet. And then for her feet, we gotta take, I think it's this leg, and we gotta like have it sort of go like this. But we gotta like squash these close together. So that's the beginning of, I know, it looks a bit weird, but this is how it goes. So I don't know if maybe if I should take it like a little bit more forwards. Like that. And then yeah, this foot has to be rotated. So that's the next one. And then the next keyframe after that, she starts to compress back into something resembling normalcy. So on frame 6, this is of our old animation. Let me just like make sure that's all keyframed. Frame 6, she then compresses back up again. So we'll move. Maybe move this back a little bit. Yeah, she's stretching like a real cat, indeed. Oh, hey, what they mean? Clicked on your stream by mistake. Well, sorry. I'm sorry you did that by mistake. Yeah, so I'm animating an anime-style character for my indie game because I want it to look like an anime, which is, as it would turn out, a lot of work. I will chuck you the link if I had it just a minute ago. There we go. Check that out. So that's how the gameplay looks. It's gonna look even better once this character model's finished, because I do have a previous version of it there at the moment. But it's like it's a parkour type game. It's like parkour platforming, so you can wall run, grind, slide, climb, And the objective of the game is to just like speed run through levels as quick as you can with style. That's the idea. And a lot of people seem to like it, like everyone watching. I'd hope so anyway. I hope you guys all like it. If you don't, then you're gonna make me cry, and that'd be not good. You wouldn't want that. So, but I think people like it. I like it anyway. And it's still got a lot of work to do on it, but it's yeah, I've just been doing it mostly with myself and my team of me's. Just programming everything, I think I'm using Unreal to do all the programming and stuff. And I've just been kind of toughing it out, working out how to do everything. And yeah, and then I make videos about it on this channel when I get the time to. Speaking of content, okay, I've made some developments with my video editing pipeline, because I was telling you guys a little about that last week. I got a lot of work to do on it still, because I've been going through and reorganizing my footage folder, because it's a mess, and I want to clean it up before I make new videos. And at the moment, I've got all the missing references to media have been cleaned up, but now I need to go in and rename to a new naming convention, because I've figured out what naming convention I want to use for all of that stuff. So I'm going to rename every file all the way back from the first episode, and re-index it, reorganize it, and reconsolidate a lot of the project files and footage, so that when I go and make new videos, it'll be quicker. But it means I have to put in all this time first to organize it. And yeah, so that's where the status is right now. So that's what I've been doing alongside the model. It's just working on that as well. It's been quite intensive, because it's just terabytes of footage from dating back years. So it's a lot of stuff to go through. But I don't want to... What I'm trying to do, because here's something I noticed. For some of you guys who have been watching the channel for a bit, it looks like, and I don't honestly remember this too well, so I've had to go back and look, but it looks like around 2020, something happened where the upload frequency just went off a cliff. And I think before that point, I was uploading every month, or every 2 months. And then in 2020, it was like once every 6 months. And then the year after that, it was kind of the same. And the year after that was kind of the same as well. And I know what happened during the game in that time, but I didn't realize how the frequency had just completely died down. Because I'm trying to be a bit more high effort and stuff. So I don't just like churning out low effort videos. But at the same time, I want to be more frequent. So I've been working out how to balance that out so that I can check in more often on the channel, but not have the videos be bad by doing that. And it's been a challenge to work out, but I know that it all starts with reorganizing the footage bin and like making it easier to make videos in the first place. Because I think a big part of why the videos, because they are a lot of work. I don't know if you guys know exactly how much work it is to edit a video in my style, but it's like a month of work to record, edit, write, all of that. Which is why they've been coming less often. So it's been interesting because I've been going back and looking at those earlier episodes as I've been reorganizing them, and it's pretty crazy how simple they used to be in comparison to my current quality bar. So I'm gonna try and maybe lean a little back into what I used to be doing with videos, quality-wise, where they would take like a week to edit instead of a month. But I know that if I make a better workflow, like if the files are organized more efficiently, and if I can shortcut some more of my, like automate some things, then like I could still keep a good quality level and not go full, back to 2019 level. Like I can still keep a good quality, but I can do it quicker. So that's the idea I've been trying to do. But yeah, because I want to try and, this year in particular, I want to put out more, but it's just hard with when you've got all the work to do on the game plus all the work on editing at the same time. It can add up to a lot of hours. So I'm doing something about it. Anyway, next pose. I reckon this is all right. What's up next? It's sort of this more compressed pose where she starts to like fall down. Catrick is a 3D modeling texture artist and I want to learn 3D animation. What is the best way? Just make stuff. I don't know. Like, I get asked this a lot and I honestly don't really know what to say because you just have to sit down and do it really, and then you'll figure it out. If you've tried that already and it's still not working, then I don't know, but the best way to learn is just to get your own experience, make your own mistakes, and do it. A tutorial, you know, don't stick too closely to those. I think tutorials are alright, but you have to be prepared to like go off the path if you want to do something cool. Yeah, I don't see, it's different because the thing is about, I've noticed just from people asking me these sorts of questions is I've noticed that some people need a lot more guidance than others. So, and I usually find it's the people that don't need guidance do not ask me anything. They kind of figure it out. So when people do ask me stuff, I assume it's of the people that kind of need a push. And that isn't me. So I just keep that in mind that I don't really know what will work for you because I only know what works for me and I never went around asking people. I just sat down and I went, I want to do this and I'm going to figure it out. And I just sat down and grinded and figured it out after many hours. So I don't know, give that a shot. And if you already have and it wasn't working, I don't really know. Like, maybe, I think if it isn't, I couldn't think of a reason why that wouldn't work though. That's the thing. Maybe it's a persistence thing. Maybe you just need to try more. I don't know exactly. But I do know that it's like, that you should just take that with a grain of salt at the same time. Because I think the point I'm trying to make here is like, what works for me, I've noticed, is not going to work for everyone else. So I can't say what will work for you. But I do believe to a large extent that doing something is the best way to learn it. So, you know, whatever you do to get yourself sitting down, whatever you have to do, which might be different for me, but if you have a thing that you can do that makes you sit down and do it, then whatever that is, do it. For me, I don't really have to make myself do stuff. I just do it on autopilot. But I know for some people, it's like they need to reward themselves with something, or maybe they get too stuck and they get too frustrated, like they let themselves feel frustrated and it becomes very discouraging. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I mean, you haven't given me much, so I'm just making assumptions here. But if that's you, I don't know. You kind of just have to push when things get tough like that. I guess realize that it's normal for things to go wrong and break, and you just have to kind of persist through it. Because I think, just assuming as well, because what I used to believe is that it all used to just be easy, and I could just sit down and have an animated character in a day. Which no, if you're doing it the first time, no way. That's not how that goes. So, and I knew a student of mine once years ago who had this issue where he was so bothered by how glitchy and finicky 3D is that it bothered him so much that he just stopped. So maybe, I don't know if that's you, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But you kind of just have to build a tolerance for things not going, for things not working. And once you can kind of accept that this will take like months maybe to work, and you're okay with that, then you'll be okay to sit down and suffer. And then after a while, it will work. That's been my experience anyway. But I don't know. I don't know if it'll work for you, honestly. I don't know. You'll have to just figure it out. Whatever you do, do not spend money on an animation course. Do not do that. Unless you're really, really stuck and you have no self-agency and you really need someone holding your hand, do not waste money on like courses, because you can learn it for free. But I think you just gotta have like that sort of, you know, you gotta have that sort of persistence to just not drop it. Because if you are persistent enough and you're stubborn enough, you can work it out. Humans are good at that sort of thing, if I've noticed. So to learn animation, do I have to learn rigging? I mean, you should learn rigging. You don't have to, but you probably should. So, and the reason why you should, I have a good reason. Because I don't know if you've been watching the other streams, but if you have, because I know there's been a few of them, so maybe you haven't watched all of them, but you'll notice a lot, if you have seen them, a lot of times when I do something, I will usually I'll say something like, later on this will matter, or later on this will make sense, or later on this and that. I keep saying, trust me, later this will amount to something. And the reason I know that is because I know how to do everything in the pipeline. I know how to concept, I know how to model, I know how to UV map and texture, I know how to rig and animate. And if you know how to do all that stuff, and you've actually tried it, and you've done it, you know what kind of stuff can happen if you're not careful. That's what it gives you. So because when we were doing modeling, like the knees, for instance, right? And everything like that. Like, well, you can't really see her knees that well here. Like maybe her elbows. So the way of the topology of this style of model, again, is not very conventional. It's very weird, but it's deliberate. And I knew that because, for instance, with this elbow joint and with the vertices laid out the way they were, because I had already animated and rigged it before, I knew having too many edge loops there would be bad. But if I didn't know that stage, I wouldn't know. And I would just thoughtlessly model stuff. So I know a lot of people were kind of annoyed that I spent so long modeling certain areas of this. But the reason it worked, and the reason I did that, is because I had like this... Because once you do everything, you kind of have the ability to see the future. And you can know like, oh, when I tried doing this last time, it messed up and broke. So this time I'm going to try this. And it's this sort of iterative thing, and you pick up on things. And you pick up on like sensible... what's sensible and what isn't. So with is there a better example I can show, like, in practice here? I'm trying to think. The shoulders are a good example, actually, because you'll notice here there's a lot of edge loops on the shoulder and not a lot on the elbow. And then on her old model, which I have here, this was before I had as much experience. Like this was, you can see here that the shoulder doesn't have enough edge loops and it looks blocky as a result. Whereas the elbow has too many, and it clips. So if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't know. So that's how I figured that out, is, oh, when I did this last time, I got an outcome I didn't want. So this time, I will do it different, and get an outcome I do want, based on what happened last time. And that's basically that times a million, for a lot of little tiny things like that. That's the idea. So the singlet, and how it clips into her skin a lot in these animations, like here, you can see it clipping. I didn't like that when I did it this time. So when I did it, the new model, I made it part of the mesh instead. So instead of it being a separate mesh, that singlet is part of her mesh. Whereas in this one, it's separate and it clips all the time. And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have known. So, you know what I mean? It's just like a constant iterative improvement. But the thing is, here's the thing, because I know already that some people, it's just not going to work for some people, and it's for that, because I think the reason that works for me is because I just naturally do that. Like I naturally have this attitude of constant iterative improvement, just in my temperament or something. Some people are not going to have the patience to do that. And that isn't a fault. That isn't to say that, oh no, like you'll not make it. It's just like some people do not want to put up with that. And fair enough, I don't blame you. Like, for me to learn that, I had to make Gabi's model 3 times, which took like our first one took like 3 days. The second one I just showed you there, that took 6 months. This one has taken 4 or 5. But that isn't all at once. That's 4 or 5 while doing other things as well. So if you actually add up the time on the model, it might be 3 months of actual hours spent. And some people don't want to do that. Like they just can't, like it's just too irritating. And it's like, yeah, fair enough. It is irritating. But so yeah, it really depends on what you want. But if you want to do good animation to like a good level, I would say it helps to know how to rig. it helps. It helps to know how to do all of it, really, because the knowledge kind of cross-pollinates. But if you're only interested in animating and you're going to have someone else do the models, I don't know. I guess with animation, you can kind of get away with not knowing modeling. But if you're modeling, you should know how to rig and animate in the modeling phase. Because as you guys might have seen when I was doing this model, a lot of the decisions about the model were from foresight I had doing animation. So it's like, if you're in the modeling, you have to design the model for animation. So you should know animation, and you should know rigging, because you will not design the model correctly if you don't know that. But if you are on the end side, you're on animating, because that kind of comes at the end, you might not need to know, it'll help you, but you might not need to know as much, because it doesn't affect your knowledge of animating. Is like, unless the modeler is going to redo stuff, it won't matter too much, but it helps because you can kind of get a feel for what you can get away with doing with the deforming and all that stuff. Yeah, but I would say it helps to know it. But if you cannot be bothered, I do not blame you. Like, yeah, it's pretty intense. The edge bone is connected to the vertex bone. Indeed. It helps to know that stuff when you're animating. But I don't know. See, that's the thing, because I guess for everyone it's kind of different. I've sort of had this awakening recently where I realized that, like, most advice is kind of like noise. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of... Because I've listened to a lot of advice. I've asked some advice, I've listened to a lot, and I don't know, a lot of the time you kind of just have to figure it out on your own. Like, that's kind of the most best answer you can get sometimes is what you discover. It's not always necessary to do that, but I find, for at least the stuff I've been doing lately, I have to tune out a lot, because a lot of it just doesn't really apply. And that, I don't know, I don't really know what, after a while you kind of pick up what you know will apply and what won't. I don't know how, maybe it's just time, but you'll kind of get a sense for it after a bit. You go, oh, okay, I think I agree with that, or I don't agree with that. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I'm just telling you what I do. Won't work for everyone, but it works for me. Now, I think the next pose that comes after this is some kind of falling pose, but I don't have a falling. I want to do the falling pose on its own. So that's how it's looking at the moment. Just the blocking. Not bad. We'll move on to something else. Because we're gonna need some, well, let's see at the list. Because we've got the jump start going. Climbing we haven't done yet. Actually, we haven't done grind. I think, grinding is pretty easy. Let's do grinding. We'll do the grind pose. That's a pretty easy one. And then I have to eat because it's like 2 p.m. So we'll do one more. We'll do the grind blocking, and then I will call it a day for the stream. So let me just double check, make sure it's all keyframed. Perfect. Oh, I didn't mean to duplicate that. So we'll call this grind slow. So I'll see if I can, because I actually do like her old grind animation. She actually had a few different ones for her old, this is on the old model. If I can find it. Who remembers this? This pose. This was a really awkward one. It didn't have any movement. It was just a flat, static pose. So we're not going to do that, because then I redid this one, which was this one. So we're going to do we'll do like that pose, where it's a bit more intense. Oh, let me move that over. So I'm weirdly enough, for a lot of these, I'm just using my own old model as a reference, but it's mostly what I want. But now that I have like a different shape of the model, I can kind of intuit what I want to like take from it and what I want to change. So we'll rotate the feet so that they're facing sideways, and I know this is going to look weird. Actually, is this the right way? Yeah, because she's there's two stances. There's normal and fakie, I think, and this is a skateboarding term. I think Gabi is not. She's normal, I think, regular or whatever they call it. The only reason I know that is because of the Tony Hawk games. So I could be getting that very wrong, but I know that there's those two stances. I think Tony Hawk is fakie, I think. Or whatever the one where you have your right shoulder forward. That's, I think in those games, that's the stance he has, and the others have like normal. I wonder what makes, I don't know, I wonder, maybe it's like what your dominant hand is, I don't know. I'm curious what makes someone choose that stance. Like what makes someone a normal versus fakie skateboarder. I don't know. Tato has to do his homework. Oh. Unlucky. Unlucky. Kartik says, I'm not able to manage my time. Oh, well, that's a big problem then. You're gonna have to work that out, guy. You're gonna have to work out how to do it. When I start learning animation, I totally ignore modeling, which is my primary skill to earn money, and I also do 9. Yeah, well, yeah, that is a tougher thing to manage for sure. Well, I don't know. From the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like you're doing that bad at managing time. I think the more thing there is, you just gotta like, well, I think the problem is you just don't have a lot of time. And I think in that case, you kind of just have to, as long as you're consistently putting in what you can, that's all you can do. So if you're struggling there, then yes, you have an issue with time management. But if you only have like a free hour and you're using that free hour to like do the work, then you don't have an issue with time management. You just have an issue with time. That's a different thing. But if you're utilizing that hour and you're not just playing video games, then you're fine. That isn't bad time management, because you just don't have a lot of it. So but if you're making that time to work on the model or whatever you're doing, that's fine. You're doing good. You gotta know math. I'd argue that. I don't think you have to really know it that well. You just have to know enough. You know, okay. Because what? Who's talking about math? Where does this come from? What does math have to do with animating? If you, well, maybe for programming, I don't know. But something I picked up on, because I've met people that kind of get too obsessed with knowing everything, and they accomplish nothing with that knowledge. So that's something you got to keep in mind. Math homework might be important, but I didn't do any math homework, and I made physics movement because what I did instead was I waited until I needed to know math, and then I learned it. I find, and that this is just me, and there's not everyone, but for me, it's easier to learn something if I have a reason to learn it. And this kind of only applies to if you're doing an indie game. If you're going through the normal college, that route, it's a bit different. But if you are not doing that, like me, and you just, you have a very clear goal of what you want. You know what game you want to make, you're set, you're on your path. At that point, you kind of only need to know what you need. Because learning everything would be too expensive and take too long. And by the time you'll know everything, you'll be 40. And that's kind of too late. So my attitude about it, which has worked for me, has been kind of keep your mind open, but like be discriminatory about what knowledge you pick up. Like, I don't know, for me, there's a lot I don't know, but I don't need to know a lot. Like, I don't need to know that much. I just need to know what I need to know. And the thing with me is, because I have a very clear reason to learn things, because I have a goal, I have like, I gotta make this game, and I have very clear goals with it, it makes it easy to pick out what I'm gonna spend time learning and what I'm not. So for instance, because when you're doing an indie game, you're gonna have to learn a lot. There's a lot to learn out there. And you have to prioritize, because you don't have time to learn everything. So for me, at least, maths was not a priority, because that's something I could have, like, that's something you can kind of just pick up. Like, if you really like need, like, I was able to do most of what I was able to do without knowing it. Like, getting the basic movement going. The only time I needed it was for the physics bit, but then, you know, I learnt it then. And that took a while, but I learnt it and finished it, and then I was able to just sort of gracefully move on to the next thing. But if I had instead spent 4 years learning physics, well, firstly, I would be a lot older. And then I would, like, maybe not have the vitality or the time to then use that and apply it in an indie game. So that's the thing I do, where it's like, you have to kind of, it's all goal driven, really. The things you need to know are kind of depend on your goal. But that's just me. So that's why I tend to disagree with the whole idea that you have to, like, study everything first. Because I know plenty of people that have done that know a lot, but will not apply it. Because I guess there's that anxiety as well, where the more you learn, the more you know how much you don't know. And depending on how you are, the type of person you are, some people I've seen kind of get too anxious about not knowing everything. Because they'll start learning, and then they go, oh my god, there's so much I don't know. And then they kind of become bothered by it, and then they become like too obsessed with trying to learn everything. But they don't have a goal. They just want to learn for the sake of it. And it's like, maybe in university, that's fine, but like, you gotta, what do you want to do with that info? Like, you gotta do something with it. So that's why for me, I kind of have the opposite thing, where I just learn as I go. And that works for me. So, you know, that's how I was able to not do math homework, pretty much. Because the thing is, I still had to do it. I just did it way later. Yeah, I did it when it was important to do it, I guess. Maybe, you know, maybe I managed my time, and it's like, well, I don't need to know this when I'm 16, but maybe when I'm a bit older, I'll need to do it. And the thing is, as well, the reason I feel very confident in that is, if you had tried to teach me math in high school, there's no way. You wouldn't have been able to do it, because I wasn't an indie game dev yet. I was mucking around in Unity. I had no purpose to learn that stuff at that point. And, you know, I guess for everyone else, it's like, oh, grades, but I didn't care. So for me, there was nothing you could have done to make me care about learning maths. So people tried to do it, but it didn't work because I didn't have a purpose. It's like, well, what am I going to do with this? Like, now I have something to do with it. So then I learned it now, because now I have a reason. And I noticed when I have a reason to do something, I get very, very, very into it. But if I don't have a goal, I'm very, very, very disinterested. So that's something I've picked up about myself. So in that period, it is almost smarter to just wait until you do need it and then learn it then, because, at least for me anyway, because I know that I will really commit to it if I have a purpose, if there's some reason I need to, beyond just grades or something like that. So, yeah. But if you don't have that kind of goal, it's probably, in a school setting, kind of a different story. You kind of, if grades are kind of important, you sort of kind of just have to do it. Mochi says algebra is easy for him. I don't even know what part of the math is algebra. I can't remember which part of it is algebra, to be honest. But that's cool. It sounds hard. The question is negative 12x for what? See, I don't know what this means. Like, when people, that's the thing, because I think maybe a better way of saying what I just said is that a lot of the math questions I used to get were just no context at all. It's just some abstraction, like if Johnny has 10 watermelons type stuff, and it's like, I don't care about Johnny. Screw Johnny. Why should I care about what Johnny's doing? But if it was something that was relevant to me, like Gabi she needs velocity. She needs her velocity to decrease with friction. How do you solve X for Y there? You give me that and I can work it out. But if you give me Johnny and his watermelons, I don't know, because I don't care about Johnny. So my brain just can't do it, because I just have no interest in him. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But you give me Gabi or like something relevant, it's like, hell yeah, I can work that out. But yeah, I don't know what any of that means. 12x for, like, I don't know what that means. But I can program a physics system. So yeah. And I can do multiplication and stuff. I can do the basics. But yeah, for me, and this is just me, everything I'm saying is just me. I need a purpose. I need something, I need a reason why I should care about Johnny. And the math teachers never did that for me. They never made me care about him. So I'm like, well, then Johnny can count his own watermelons. And then I would just sit in the back and sketch stuff. That was my, that's how I did my homework. But I mean, it worked out for me, but that's, you know, that's because there's more to it than math. Here's one of the other reasons as well that I kind of stick to that attitude of learning as I go, is because in indie development anyway, you have to do more than math. So you will not have the bandwidth to master any one thing. Like, you could be an expert in physics, but if you have to do everything yourself, you have to also be an expert at 20 other things. So in that situation, and again, this is all very contextual, right? So in that situation, like for me, because I don't just do animation and I don't just do programming. A lot of I do a lot of research on like marketing. That's something that is a completely different skill set to X plus Y, whatever. Like, I can't do that, but I can tell you like how to get like, some attention around an indie game if you're gonna launch it. I know that I know that you have to do more than just send it to YouTubers. I know how to write a good email that isn't boring. I know how to do a good pitch. Like, those are all things that I wasn't taught how to do. So instead of worrying about Johnny, I was worrying about, problems that I wanted to actually work on. Like, how do I make a cool, fun gameplay? How do I make a model look like an anime character? How do I get people to care about this stuff? Because that's also people. There's also that thing, maybe some of you can relate, where it's like you have this amazing idea, but no one cares. Like, how do you solve that? And those are the problems I like to work out. And I don't do them with X plus squared Y stuff. I solve those differently. But that's the other stuff. So that's the other thing too, is if you're wanting to do indie stuff, and you are trying to get be a master at one, if you're trying to specialize, you might shoot yourself in the foot if you're trying to do everything, because you will only know how to do one thing at that point. And yeah, I've known plenty of people that know programming and nothing else, and think, oh well, yeah, I just make indie game, and then it doesn't sell, and it's like, oh, it's because you actually need to know more than that, as it would turn out. So it's all very, yeah, it kind of really depends on a lot of that stuff. But that's my insight anyway. Something about her hips looks kind of awkward here, but I don't know if I can fix it. Okay, maybe if I do that. That's a little better. Solve for y if 1 equals -1. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that for you. I'm sorry. I just don't know. Yeah, Sozu knows. Yeah, that's why you're an artist. You don't have to do that stuff. No, instead we get UV mapping instead, which is its own torture. But I'd rather do UV mapping than solve for X, whatever the... I don't know. I don't know what any of that means. And I never will. I'll never have to know what that means. That's the thing for me too. I won't have to know what that means either. So I don't... Yeah. But I will need to know if this pose looks good. And I think it's mostly okay. But the... something about the torso... I think, yeah, it does need a bit of twist in it, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go, it's a little better. I think that elbow needs to come up. What level of math is that, by the way? Is that high school level or university level? I don't know. I wouldn't know. Thanks, Mochi. Those questions... I'm gonna guess like year 10 is my guess level for the... Because I remember seeing questions similar to that in when I was in school. High school? Okay, yeah, I was close. All right, let's do the next. So the next grind pose is the fast grind, which is my favorite. So let me dig that up on the old for reference. So the fast pose is a little different. So this is the one I just did, and the fast one is like she leans into it. So we're gonna do that one, and then I think I've had enough. Wait, I'm the only creator to have pronounced mochi correctly? Seriously? But it's how did other... Well, you can't tell me because you can't talk. You're just text right now. It's mochi, right? Like, how else do you pronounce that? How else could you pronounce that? It's literally just phonetic. You just say the word mochi and it's like... Alright. Tone it down with the math here, okay? This is an animation stream. I don't know. Stop sending me this foreign language. The whole point is you're meant to do the homework. You're not meant to give it to other people. I thought that was the whole point, right? You're cheating. You can't get chat to answer your math questions. You gotta work it out. Or you don't do it, like I did. That's your choice. You either work it out or you go to the teacher and said, I didn't do it, sir. With a straight face. Those are your options. They say mocky? How on earth do you get mocky out of that? There's a H. How on earth... What? I don't know. Alright, let me just double, triple check keyframes. Okay, there's only one keyframe. So I might just keep that pose like it is and start from this. And then we'll make it into the fast pose. Well, yeah, I thought it was like mochi the food, right? Like, how on earth do you not pronounce it correctly? I don't understand. That's like the only way you can pronounce it is mochi. I don't know where people get a K from. I don't know. Okay, I was trying to see if there was any other questions in chat, but it's just clogged up with maths. So let's tone down the maths, guys. I was traumatized enough from high school maths. I don't need to see more of it now at my age. At my old age, I don't need to see it. I don't need to relive that. Alright. Now this looks awkward, but bear with me. I will... her foot is just getting destroyed. But bear with me, bear with me. I can fix this. I can make this work. Sorry, Gabi. I know it's uncomfortable. Oh, there's something with her old model where somehow her hips have like compressed somehow more than I can physically get them. So I don't even know if I could pull off this pose that I've got here. It's almost like, oh, it's like that. Okay, I gotta move the hips like that. And then she has to bend like real, like, yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. And then her hand has to be like down here. The hips don't lie. That's true. It's true, folks. But what we'll do, once I finish this, we'll do a comparison of her grind poses and stuff from before with her old model and her new one. And I'll show you what I meant weeks ago when I said that the shape of the body and everything was just gonna make everything look less jank. I'll show you what, I can finally show you what I mean by that once we get these poses. Because in anime, I guess for everything, but especially anime, the posing is so important. Like, have you guys ever seen like if you've ever gone like frame by frame on an animation, or if you've seen like the promo art for animes like Code Geass and stuff, how the poses are just outrageous? But that's like part of it, you know? Like that's part of the style, is to have those outrageous key poses. So I want to be able to like kind of pull that off as well, is the idea. The animation is too violent. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to get violent. She's aggressively shredding that rail. She's committing great violence on the grid floor. I just gotta see how this looks from the back, because this is where the player will see. It doesn't look quite right from the back. Isn't that cool? I can just move the whole tail with one bone. It's pretty boss. That's pretty cool, not gonna lie. So the hand... I don't know. Actually, this isn't terrible. I guess when perspective's on, it looks a little different. I think what I want is this to like bend, like it be a bit more aggressive. Not violent, just aggressive. Sorry. So have it. Oh, mate, no, is that? No, it's too much. Too much. Let's dial that back. It's something about the shoulder. Oh, it's the shoulder. That's what I'm looking for. I haven't moved the shoulder yet. That's why it looks a bit stiff. Let's move you. Yeah, that's better. Let's move it back. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's a little too much. There we go. I was like, something about the torso, upper torso. It's the shoulders. And then maybe this one. We bend it a little. Oh, oh, oh! That's kind of cool, actually. I'll leave that. That was a complete accident, but that was cool. Oh, thanks. How do I pronounce that one? Ash Lane. Yeah. Well, once we actually get to doing the in-betweens and stuff, I'll be able to wiggle this tail around quite a bit. I've actually made the tail 3 times longer than the old model for that reason, because you can. The old tail didn't have enough room to really move because it was so short. So I lengthened it, and now, yeah, we can do a lot with it. And the ear has a bunch of new bones as well. wonder, should I ooh. Yeah, I think I want to clench that fist. I want to clench this fist. Oh, not like that. Because it just looks cooler. Yeah. Oh, I don't want it like that. Hold on. It's just the thumb bone is a little finicky because of the rotation axes. Makes it a bit tricky to get into the pose I want, but it's possible. I think I just got to rotate it from... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Nice. That's okay. Now the stream's getting a bit violent. So any youngers watching, we have a fist on screen, a closed fist. We are now at parental guidance recommended time. So if you don't like violence, like having a fist on screen, it's time to go. Oh, nice. That's better. And the cool thing is, what I might do once we get to the keyframing bit, is I could like animate the fists and hands to sort of like scale and bulge in and out, which I might do for the fist maybe, so it looks like she's really gripping. I don't know. I kind of just felt like a fist would look good on that hand. I don't know why. I just felt it, you know. I was vibing it. It was the vibe. All right, let's take a look through what we've got. Because we've got grind pose, and I'll turn off all the rig controls and stuff. We'll turn on a cool skybox so we can try and imagine how this will look like in game. So there's it with a skybox, and I think that hand needs more flexing. It looks a little too relaxed, but there's the grind fast. Grind slow. Which, that needs a bit of work. It does look a bit awkward now that I compare it. So when she's grinding slowly, it's like that. And then fast, it's like she leans in. I'm trying to like full screen it, but still have my little editor here. Maybe I'll go to this view. No, I don't have that window there either. All right. I'll just... You guys can see that, right? Yeah. So, what was this one? Grind slow. I showed that one. We had the idle. We had jump moving start, which looked like that. So already, I'm liking how that's going. I'll probably do some twisting and turning with the hips and stuff and the shoulders, because from the front and back it looks a little too symmetrical. But from the side it looks alright. We had... What was this? Run. Oh yeah, that was the, just like a jog, I guess? Actually not. Actually, this looks kind of okay. But I think, yeah, we need more twisting in the torso, but this actually looks better than I remember it looking. And then, what else did we do? The slide. Oh! Now that I'm looking at it again with a fresh set of eyes, it's not bad. So that's just a static pose. And then we did the walk, which is it's breaking because I need to set the loop time to 30 FPS. So that's the walk. So I'm doing it a little differently than I did last time, because I think last time I just did every animation from start to finish in order, which was hell. So this time we've done it a bit different, where I'm just doing basic versions of all of them, and then iterating on all of them as we go. So what I'm gonna do next, let me think. Should we try and get some of these in engine? I have to. Now that I've said it, I have to. Let's see if we can put this in the engine, just to end things off. Because it'll look not finished, but the model will be like, it'll be cool. All right, when you see it in engine, all right, let's save all that. Now I have to remember, there's a few settings that I'll have to do. But let me save everything. Because when you see this in engine, you're gonna like it. I think you'll like it. So let's reset that all to saved. Thanks for the confetti, guys. Oh, because the model's like, we could put it in engine and it would like not look too bad. So all right. So I've got the rig, and there are a few meshes I need to take with me. So I need the ear, the hair, or what I will do real quick, I want to do this in a shader later on, but I want to turn on the solidify modifier. So that we have the outline. And I don't want to do it this way for real, but just for now, we'll put on the outline. So that's all there. But I have to remember to, because I'm going to do an actual proper cleanup job of this when it's all said and done. But a lot of these pieces are still separate. So I'll have to make sure that they're all selected when I export it. And for whatever reason, the tail does not have a, Oh, I need to add it to vertex group 6, and I need to name some of those vertex groups. Hold on, I gotta give the outline to the tail. I didn't notice that. Select linked. Vertex group 6. Group 6. I know, I'll give these names. So if I give that to 6, yeah, now we've got an outline. And then I have to go to the because yeah, these are all separate still. There is a reason. But when I actually do it for real, the final export, I will combine them all probably. But I think we should be able to take these all, and if we have them selected, I think it should work and it should export it as one model. That's my game theory anyway. Oh, that needs the outline. Oh, that does have it, okay. I think that's all the meshes. Oh, I forgot the headphones. Well, I haven't finished those yet, so we'll leave those out for the moment. We'll just do everything else. So what I have to remember to do is select all that's visible currently, which looks correct, and then I have to go File, Export, FBX. Oh, now I remember I had a discussion with someone about FBX. And apparently there's like issues with Rigify and FBX. And there's some other format, but I don't remember what it is. So we'll just do FBX for the moment and see what happens. So the animations might not come out right, but we'll see. And let me just check the units. That's good. Armature. We don't want leaf bones. We want deform bones only. And then I think I just have these all ticked. I know that there's, just to test it, I think if I have these ticked, it'll all work. We want all actions. I don't want this. I think I just want all actions. And yeah. Okay, so I'll call this suit test. No. You know what? Because I'm going to use my new naming convention that I've been doing for all my footage. And we'll call this whatever the current time is. Actually, no, I shouldn't do that for a model. We'll just call it... Because, yeah, game assets, different convention. I wouldn't use the footage convention for that. 09. And I make sure selected objects is on. Now, let's see. Open Unreal and see what happens. So it should be... Oh. Did I overwrite it? What's today? No, that's not from today. Where is it? Oh, it's cooking still. I thought it would just show up here, but I realized that it's complicated. It's a complicated model, so it's going to take a little. So in a minute, we should see number 9 in this file explorer. So yeah, Blender's still cooking. Give it a minute. Oh, it was GLTF? Oh yeah, that's it. Well, maybe we'll see what FBX looks like, and then we'll try that if we have issues. Because I'm familiar with FBX. I haven't tried that format yet, so we'll see what... Okay, it's finished cooking. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So I'll have to do a little bit of material setup, because I have to use the custom shader. Oh yeah. So skeletal mesh. That looks alright. Let's go. That what gives that good retro style. Thank you. I don't know why it looks retro, but thanks. Anyone know what the 4 arrow... What do you mean? Oh, you mean this on the floor? That's the root bone. So that's if you need root motion, which I will not use, but if you do need root motion, you do that bone. And root motion is like... Oh, it's like when the actual rig moves. Like if you have a run animation and the actual rig moves, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep mine in place, but there are types of workflows where you have root motion. But I'm not a fan of root motion personally. All right, material setup time, because it hasn't taken any of the materials, because we need to have the custom shader, which I luckily already have in my folder, my handy dandy folder. So I'm going to make a copy of, or a child of cell shader. Create material instance, mi cell shader Gabi. We'll just move that to the root folder. I'll sort it and put it away later, because I might not keep these. These might end up being replaced with future versions, so I'm not going to save this. We're just going to have a test. Just going to experiment. So this is cell shader Gabi. Well, let's apply it to... Wait, where are the models? I just imported them. Where did all the models go? You guys saw. Where did it put all the models? They all just vanished. What folder? Oh. It's put it in the Gabi folder already. Okay. I didn't want it to do that. Looks like it's already organized it, folks. Well, I think it has. Wait, no. Something isn't right. It's in there. No, that's showing me the source location. Where's... Oh, it's in the Feline folder. Okay. Fair enough. We'll move it. Okay, it's all in here. So we will get Gabi. That looks like she's got all her pieces, and we will apply the material thusly. Now, there's 2 extra slots that shouldn't be there, but we'll get to that later. We need the cell outline. So now we've got the outline, and it's going to have this ugly default texture. I just don't know what this is. Maybe, is this meant to be cell? Oh yeah, okay, that's for the hair. All right. Now, watch this. We'll go to this material. I will grab my custom textures. SSS, ILM, and base. We'll drag and drop those in. And then for each of those slots, for the base texture, we'll do that. ILM will do that. And SSS, we do that. Oh, and watch this. Whoa! There she is, guys. Just like in Blender, except she's in the engine now. She looks exactly the same. But it gets better. It gets better. Because we don't even have any post-processing on yet. Watch this. Watch this. I don't know if we'll be able to get like the animation states working, because that's going to require a bit of setup. But I can drag our model in. And that's how it looks in the scene with post-processing. So you'll notice that I've got a bit of light bloom and some saturation and some color grading on it. So it looks even better than it does in Blender. So in Blender, it looks like this. It's a bit default looking, but in Unreal, oh, look at that. See, on her cheek, you can kind of see it. I'm trying to get a close-up. See on her cheek, how there's like a bit of glow? That's what I'm talking about. And it looks like the normals are a little... Not exactly, it's close, but it's a bit... It hasn't done... it hasn't got them one-to-one. So now let's try and do an animation clip on one of these. So that's the grind pose. That's how that looks in engine. Could I get this on the player though? That's where it gets complicated, because you have to set up a custom asset for that. But we'll try something. We'll try something. It won't be very good, but I can get just a looping animation, not a state machine or anything yet, because I'd have to that would take like an hour of setup to do that. But we'll get that model, and then I'll just set it to like the run animation. Oh no, it's done automatic interpolation. We don't want that. Hold on. Well, if I do it now, it's gonna look a little off. It's gonna look very blocky because it's trying to do interpolation on the model, which is not designed for. It's gonna look very, very weird. So let's turn that off. So I'll have to go to each of these and tell it interpolation step for all. Oh, could I do them all at once? I'm sure there's a way to do it all at once. If I go, there's some kind of menu you can open to like a mass edit, asset actions, bulk edit via property matrix. There we go. So I want to turn off, interpolation. I want that all to be step. Can I do it for just all of them at once? Uh-oh. Oh, come on, come on. Step. Oh, I can only do them one at a time. But at least it's in a neat little spreadsheet. So that way we get them looking like they did in Blender. And it's still going to look rough, but automatic interpolation, when it's not designed for it, looks even worse, in my opinion. So let's get all that. All right. And if I close that, it hopefully saves everything. There we go. See, it looks a bit more anime-like now, right? So I'll have to make the outline a bit. I'll need like a custom shader for the outline so that it gets a bit little thicker when looking at it in game like this. And I'll have to tone down the specularity, which I actually, I do have something for that. Cell override. If I get rid of all these, shadow strength 1. Let's see how that still looks a little too bright. Base tint, shadow tint. I'll do more shadow strength. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's something anyway. So yeah, the highlights shouldn't be that big. That's the only weird thing. because it's way too shiny. But that's sort of the... I know this is like the jogging animation, so it doesn't really match the movement at all yet. But this is how we're going in engine at the moment. So, what were the other ones we did? We did a... what are the other... we'll do walk. That one was alright. And I'll get my controller out so I can, like, move her slightly. I think the walk looks... Yeah, I'm liking the walk. So let's, oh! So I can only have her play one animation at a time. So that's how it looks with the walk. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Now imagine if I also had her hair moving and her ear. Had it sort of swaying as she moved. So that's how it looks with the walk. Looks perfect, ship it, says Bungo. No, we're not EA. We're not EA Games. Yeah, then look at walking on wood floor with socks. Be like, you. Is there any other poses that wouldn't look too out of place if I tested them? I think. Well, let's try the grind pose. Oh, yeah, it's gonna take all of my test poses as well, so a lot of these are still broken. Oh yeah, let's have a look at how this pose looks. That's the Marvel pose. So I know it looks really weird, but if I can kind of like move the camera down a bit, that's how that looks in engine. So yeah, it looks a bit better with the post-processing on it. Because the post-processing is meant to have this sort of soft, diffuse glow, which I wrote a little while back. Although the tail weight paints do look a bit strange. It looks a little not smooth, so we might have to investigate that later. What other poses? Because there's the grind pose, which I want to try and find. T-pose. I don't want that. Oh, let's have a look at how her facial expressions look in editor, because I'd be curious to see. So I had this other test pose that just has a test face, which, whoa, it's still visible even at this screen size, which is pretty insane. So that's like a facial rig test in engine now, and it's not a very natural pose. But imagine once we do a bit more work on these, how, you know, when you look at her from this way, she could like actually have some facial expressions going. So that's it's kind of freaky. I wasn't prepared. I thought it would look way worse than this, so I'm a bit shocked. I guess looking at it in the scene is really something, because I've just been looking at it in an empty grey world this whole time. So it's really something. I'm not used to... I gotta adjust. It's freaking me out a little. Oh, oops. Oops. Let's, where's more? There's more test poses. There's the angry face as well. See how that looks in the editor. So that's her angry face. So a lot of the facial details is going to be more for doing YouTube thumbnails and such with, but that's how it looks in engine, which is exactly how it looks in Blender, weirdly enough. So that actually came through all right in the export. Gabi's seen things, yeah. What are the other ones? Sorry, wrong. Oh, did that work? Oh, actually, this one didn't break. Let's have a look, because that pose looked so broken the last I checked on it. I totally forgot about this. This was for the Q&A video. I made this pose for the thumbnail, and it actually still holds together, which is unexpected. So that's the thinking. Maybe we can use that in the idle. Have her doing some thinking, some thunking, dare I say. There's more. Let's. I want to get to the grind pose. Is that the idol? No, there's another one that's the idol. Is that that's the run? There's this random one. Oh, there's the jump. Okay, this is gonna look really weird. But there's the jump pose, which is horrific. And oh, I can see it breaking. Yep, we got some FBX breaking going on. If I slow motion it, look at her head. What's going on? What's going on there? What's her eyes vanish? That's not so good. That's horrific. Alright, well that's an FBX problems. But the first pose looks fine, so I don't know what the deal is there. The first pose is totally fine, it's just that when we stretch anything, it breaks. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. What else we got? Oh, there's the idol. Yeah, let's see how the idol looks, because the idol's gonna be very important, because that's the one we kind of see all the time when we're not moving. So, if you just imagine some movement just in this pose, I think we need a bit more bend in the legs. When I look at it in game, it looks a little, her right leg is a bit too straight. But if you imagine her breathing, just some variation, her chest expanding and contracting, maybe her fists sort of shaking a little bit, her hair swaying. When I imagine that on top of this pose, I think I'm gonna like it. It's just the right leg is a little too straight. And the tail swaying. That will get a lot of that on the idol for sure. But yeah, and the positioning, it's rotated. It needs to stick out more. It does look a little unnatural, that leg. It's got to stick more to the right. It looks a little uncomfortable when I look at it like this. So yeah, I know there's no movement yet, but I'm just imagining it with movement just based on this pose, because the poses are where it's at before you get to all the fun movement. It's the poses. Yeah, I might lower it a little with the tail. I might have it sort of sitting lower and swaying. So yeah. We'll leave that kind of upwards motion more for like acrobatic type stuff. Oh, there we go. We got the grind poses now. So if I try and find a rail to hop on, we could see how this looks in context, kind of. If we just imagine a bit of movement, and I can see that I've moved the feet too much. They aren't lined up. So that is not... I have to move them closer together with the feet. Let's look at... There's another grind one, isn't there? There's the fast pose. Yeah, this one might look a little better. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool. But she does feel like she's leaning a little too forward. Looks like she might fall off. So I have to rotate her hips backwards a little. But the fist looks epic in game. I'm trying to think if there's a scene that has lots of grind rails in it. But yeah, I love how the fist looks in... Because when you look at it up close, it's just a bit... Like, when you look at it from a distance, you kind of get in context. You can see it, how it looks a bit better. So if I try and get a closer... Because this rail lasts a while. So I can kind of have a look at how it is. Yeah, I think she's leaning a little too much. But I love the way that the light sort of goes on her knuckles there. I don't know if you could see that. But if we go back, if I slow-mo it... Oh! I fell off. Oh! I keep falling off. Alright, so if I slow motion this... See how, like... You see that little detail there where, like, the knuckles have that kind of... The shadow will bounce between them, like the crevices. So there's those little details. I like seeing that that's still visible in engine. But yeah, the arm needs to be more open. hand, sorry. Her right hand has to be more open and stick out more. And she needs to lean a bit more towards the middle. And I think that leg, her right leg needs to stick out further behind her. Because yeah, I don't know, I need to see it. Like whenever I'm animating and posing, I have to see it in context. And then it's like, okay, that's what it needs more of. And then once you get the poses good, then you can add all those in-betweens and bring it to life. That's the plan anyway. How does it, I wonder how it'll look here when I do this rail. Whee! Look at that. Alright. Was there any others that I wanted to look at in here? I think that's it. I think those are all of them. So for those that missed it, we'll do the... I'll get the walk back. That's my favorite one. I'm really happy with the walk. Like that. I like that. So for comparison, if we replace that with old Gabi, we'll compare like the two walks. I'll tell you what we'll do actually. I'll make a duplicate. We'll do them side by side. Oh, there should be a way I can duplicate. There we go. We'll have them next to each other in game and have them walk next to each other. It's a very jank way of doing it, but this is just to demonstrate. So watch this. To give you an idea on like the difference. Oh, her other model's vanished. Okay. Alright, no problem. That's fine. Let's try that now. There we go. So if I start doing the walk, because the other one has the actual thing. Now I know it's a bit different because, you know, one of them is the finished one and one is a work in progress. But just if you pay attention to the poses and how, if you like fill in the blanks with your imagination with the other one, you see how her old one, it's a little clumsier. Like her torso kind of tilts quite a bit actually. It's a bit stiff with her shoulder. If you look at her shoulders on the old model, and I think someone said it looked like she was wearing skis for the first time, compared to the sort of the more confident stride of the new one. So I know it's a bit difficult to tell because one of them is like further along than the other. But that's sort of the... If you can imagine the hair and ear moving and more in-betweens on the other as well, just focusing on the poses. You can also see her elbow pops on the old one actually. If you pay attention to her elbows on the old one, you can see how they pop. It's actually only for one frame, so it's a bit hard to tell. But if I slow motion this, you see how there's like a frame where her arm is completely straight? Yeah, there. It looks a bit weird now that I look at it. And her arm is so skinny too. But if we look at the new one, her arms actually have some muscle on them now. I think this also is this also demonstrates the color scheme difference. I don't know how many of you picked up on that, but her skin tone is completely different from the old and new one. And this is it, like, comparison side by side. You can see the difference in colors. So one of them is, she's a lot paler in the old one, whereas in the new one, she actually has been in the sun a little bit. And this general silhouette shape as well. It's just her, you know, her ear is a lot more noticeable. The hair is a lot neater. So you can see from the back in particular, one thing that irritated me a lot was that you couldn't really see her ear from the back in the old model, because it looked like part of her hair. And I think some people just didn't notice it, straight up. So the new one, her ear is a way more prominent. And it looks a bit stiff, I know, because there's no animation on the ear yet, but... yeah, and you see the tail is a lot... You see how the tail's kind of sticking out from her spine in the old one? Like, it's really awkward. Like, it's just sticking vertically. Whereas the new one, it swoops downwards. So those are some of the differences I'm seeing anyway. But yeah, that's it side by side with just animation progress. Gabi and Gabi walking side by side towards progress, I guess. The exaggerated swagger of a pink cat. I mean, it's true. She does have that swag. She'd be having that swagger though. Hey, watch this. Look at that. Whoa. So yeah, we don't have a... Oh, could I do the run side button? Nah, because this one's more of a sprint than a run. But let's try it anyway. I'm curious. If I change that to the run, see how that looks. It's not going to look remotely close, but let's just see. Because yeah, the other one is more of a sprint. Actually, it does look more like Tom Cruise. God damn it. You guys have poisoned my mind with the Tom Cruise influence. The new one looks way more Tom Cruise compared to the old one. This is gonna bother me so much now. Because yeah, the old model doesn't. It has like a walk, and then it has a slow. I just have the sprint animation slowed down. Like it doesn't really have a jog animation. Like this is sort of it trying to interpolate between them, and it's very weird. Like the arms are just jittering about. So yeah, we're gonna need a sprint one at some point, but yeah, I'm hungry now, so I'm gonna probably stop it there. But that's Gabi in game for the moment, just with blocking poses. It looks like there are some issues with some poses, like anything that scales seems to not play nice with FBX, so I'll have to fiddle around with other formats. But yeah. I do my own stunts. Mission Gabi. Oh yeah, I gotta have that noise when she does this. When she does this run, it's the huh, huh, huh noise. Why is that a thing? I don't know. Why do people make that noise when they run? GTLF. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I haven't used it before, so I'll have to fiddle around and see what settings I like. Well, yeah. So I do like the old run. So I am trying to match it in some way, but I want to make it better. So yeah, it has the old run, it has this kind of like casualness to it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like her body like ricochets off itself. That sounds like a really weird way to describe it, but it's the arms. The arm movement it's like swinging and swinging and swinging, and it's really, I don't know, I like that. I do like it. Oh, wait, why did they run off camera? Guys, come back. Why did you run off? That wasn't, you weren't meant to do that. I could have them race each other. But, yeah, so we'll have that jog, but I do need to make like a proper sprint. And I'll probably base it a lot off the old one. And the way the head moves, I kind of like it as well with the old one. The head movement is like very, I like it. And I can guarantee you it'll look even better with an anatomically correct model. So, yeah. So we'll have that to look forward to next time, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, there's just like I don't know, the kinetics of it is nice. So I'm going to try and pull off something similar. Thanks, Pixstatic. Thanks so much. Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to say I don't know if I would call it animation yet, but I guess it is. Like, we got the key poses. It's the first phase. So, throughout the week, because I'm going to be quite busy with more footage stuff, so I don't know how many of these I'll get through, but, because I was going to say, nah, maybe not by the end of the month. That might be a bit too short. That I wanted to have another video ready, but it's taken a bit. So, I'm going to sort of equally divide my time between this and editing. So I don't know how many. I want to try and at least by the end of the week get blocking for all of these. So for oh, I was like, there's more on this list, right? There is. So we've got, oh, I didn't look at the slide. I want to see how the slide looks. That's the one I was trying to think of. That's the one I wanted. I didn't look at this yet. All right, let's take a look at the slide. Oh, I don't know why, but her old model is like clipping through the floor for some reason now. That's a bit odd. Oh, okay, it's not gonna... I have to move them because of the way the collision is doing. I have to move them up like this. Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on there? Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened. Because yeah, that one disappears for some reason. I don't know why. So if I change this to just use animation slide. There we go. Oh, now they're still hovering above the floor. Okay, I gotta move them a bit lower. I wouldn't normally do it this way, so that's why it's kind of glitching out there. But if I take them a bit lower... Oh, they're still floating a little. There we go. There we go. So I need a big hill. Actually, I know a level that has one. I need a big slope. So we'll see how this looks like with some level art as well, because I totally forgot we're just looking at it in the test scene. But let's see how this looks in something with some level art. Because I know in this level there is a huge hill. Give it a sec. It's gotta load. Gabi, sit on Gabi. Am I gonna add texturing to the face and eyes? There is texturing on the face and eyes, I believe. Well, it's taking its time to load. Jesus Christ. Come on. Come on, little buddy. There we go. All right. So it's gonna look weird. Just imagine that they're power sliding through the entire level. Well, yeah, let's get a slow motion of... Oh, can they make it under? Oh, she actually makes it under. Like the mesh doesn't clip. Look at that. Oh, hold on. Look at that. Nice. Let's find the big hill. So I'm just gonna skip through all this, and it's gonna look weird. I know it's gonna look weird. So let's... It does look a bit... Oh, yeah, the camera's moving too far, so I can't actually see them. Hold on, let me try that again. So let me get a running start. And just start, and like, I can look at it with the camera. So it's gonna look weird because she isn't rotating to face the floor. So, yeah, that might be hard to judge. I do like the knees, but I think it just needs some asymmetry. That's probably what it is. She's got to lean a little in one way. But I like the knees. Maybe maybe I can make a couple different poses to alternate between for the slide. Now there's an even bigger hill somewhere later. I'm trying to play and get to that one. So yeah, this looks so weird. Two Gabis teaming up in this static pose to take on the... Well, you know what I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, how things feel very different depending on the animations? Think about this, I haven't touched any movement code, and the game feels different already. It feels worse with these static poses, just because there's no animations. So animations are very, you know, they play a big role in the experience, right? So if I keep going, later down there is a big hill that I want to get to. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, let's look at how she slides. Yeah, maybe we do need like a lean, like when she's sliding and steering, she leans left and right. That would probably look better. But yeah, it does look weird. It does look a bit weird when you're sliding this way. It looks like... It's her chest. It looks... She looks like she's holding in her breath. Which I don't know if I want. Trying to get it so that... I'm trying to, like, pause it just at the right frame. So I can, like, see... I want to just sort of look 360 around the scene. While she's in the slide state. There we go. Because, yeah, I like the feet and the knees. I like how those feel. It's the upper body. I think maybe she needs to, like, be even further reclined, maybe. Because yeah, I don't know. Her back looks a little, like, her back looks like her back hurts to me. The arms I thought I would dislike more, but I'm actually not too unhappy about them. They're actually not bad. But yeah, so that's the... I'm really hungry now. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, and we've got this problem as well. FBX problem. We found an FBX problem, guys. Look at her fingers. They're like crinkly cut chips over here. Look at that. What is... Oh. That's not so good. That's not so good. Don't like that. We don't want her fingers being crinkly cut chips now, do we? So that's probably an FBX issue. It might be solved with a different format. Sliding her knees are gonna kill her in the... Well, that is where you are wrong. Because I gave her knee pads for this very purpose. Her older ones don't have the knee pads, remember? And I went and put an extra effort to give her knee pads. So her knees are fine. Look at that. You guys can see them. Her knees are actually not making contact at all with the ground. The knee pads are doing all the work. So I thought of that. Haha. You thought you were gonna get me. You thought you were gonna say, well, Ray, have you thought about the knees? I have. That's why, see this is, it's all coming together now, baby, I'm telling you. See, I thought of it all. I was like, it's gonna look weird without knee pads. So the new armor is designed specifically for this pose. That's right. Her fingers have smear frames. yeah, guys, they're just smear frames, no problem. There are smear frame materials online, really? I didn't know that. Because I was kind of dreading how I was going to do smear frames. I was like, oh god, no. How am I going to do them? But if they... I'll check that out. That's a good idea. The guy from Vanquish has rockets on his suit. Could that be something that helps Vanquish's case? Well, Gabi does have these vents on the side, which I could put some kind of smear trail out of. So that could help. And I want to have sparks. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but I do want it so that when she's sliding, there's like sparks coming out of like the metal just grazing along the floor. So that might help it look a little bit more diegetic. But yeah, but it's just her back looks like it's having a tough time. So yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll have to make it an Easter egg, obviously, with the old model. It'll have to be. I don't have a choice. You know what? You know what's still in here, actually? Let's go back even further. You know what's still in here? Watch this. Oh, she's still in here, boys. Oh. Now she's vanished. What happened? Why is she... Hold on. If I undo... Before I... No, it's not gonna... For whatever reason, this model does not want to show up anymore. I don't know why. Like, her actual model just vanishes now. Like, she's just invisible. I don't know why that's happening. But I kept her old one in here still. This one. So I don't know if it'll let me... Yeah, that's still in here. Still got it. So I'll have to have that one and the old one, and her current one. That'll have to be the unlockable skins. Who remembers this? Is anyone here been around old enough to remember this one? I've just created a ghostly legend. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not the only one that remembers this, right? Surely some of you remember. You remember prototype Proto Gabi? Look at her. Look at how happy she is. Man, what a jump. Cause let's real quick, just with the facial expressions. Let's bring back that other test pose I had. Wherever it was. Oh, where was it? There was some facial... I was gonna get her facial expression and compare it, the face rig, to her old face. Yeah, look at the difference. Oh, now the other model's vanished again. What's going on? I don't know. Yeah, Unreal gets a bit weird if you try and modify the character class too much. But if we go outside in the sun, look at the... Her face has gone through some surgery, hasn't it? It's gone through a bit of surgery, if I do say. Look at that. So that's how it started versus how it's going. Look at the hair. Look at... I tried to get like the Smosh haircut going on the old one. So yeah, wow. Sometimes I forget, like, I forget that I did this model sometimes, so it's pretty horrifying to compare it. Yeah, that is a comparison, alright. Freaking devlog 1 versus devlog 40. It's gonna be like that. But yeah, imagine me trying to use that old model on the Steam page. No way in hell. It's not gonna happen. And the rest of the body. Look at the freaking Minecraft tiered textures. Look at that. Look at that. And she doesn't have knee pads either. That's cringe. No knee pads. See, this is the only reason I wanted to do this. I just wanted to give her knee pads, guys. That was the only reason. And we're gonna go back even deeper into the lore. Do you guys remember the model before? There's 2 models before that one. Does anyone remember? I'm curious, because some of you that are paying close attention will notice that the model I've got on the left here is actually not the first one I made. It's actually slightly different. I'm gonna see if anyone remembers what the difference was between Gabi's very, very first one and this version on the right. Because there is a slight difference. I'm curious if anyone's gonna pick it up. No, it's not the mitten hands. She always had the mitten hands. I'll give you a hint. It's the way she moves. That's part of it. Because you might notice something about the current version of this I have. That the animation, something about the animations. Does anyone remember a key feature of the very first model about the animations? I'll see if anyone... This is going to be the trivia test to see how... The amount of people that say, oh, I've been following since devlog 1. I'm going to test that now. We'll see how many of you really... Yes! Killer Memes got it. That's right. You have guessed correct, sir. See, I know he's been watching the series for a while. Because he would know, the real fans know, that first Proto Gabi did not have a tail. And there's something else about first Proto Gabi. That she didn't have a tail and something else. I'll see who can remember the other bit. It's animation related. Tail and... No, not the face. Face is the same. I'm giving you a hint by doing this. Do you remember her looking like that, besides the tail, when I first showed off Proto Gabi? Oh, Pixstatic's close. Yes, she had smooth animations. But it was more than just that. There's a bit more to it, but you're warm. Or... Martin, you're kind of close. The skating animation was actually on Gabi 3, which was the one in between these 2 models. That wasn't on Proto Gabi. XOVO is very close. And yes, Killer Meme is also correct. She also had a ponytail. And there's something about the animation as well. It's not skating, It's default animations, close, but what about the animations exactly? I don't remember. Default, there's another word for default that I'm looking for. No, it's not the skates, that came after. This is even before that. I want to see if anyone can... I wonder if anyone actually remembers, because I remember telling people exactly how I did those animations. I'll see if anyone remembers. And no, don't go check. That's cheating. No, not T-pose. Oh, the default animations is the closest. It's very close. It's a synonym for default. It's like not exactly default, but it's what's another thing with default? Where can you get default things from? She also had a gun. Yep, that's another one as well. Stock. That's right. She had stock animations. You are correct, Pixeler. That's right. She didn't have these animations. Proto Gabi, these are my animations. But first Proto Gabi had the ponytail. She didn't have the cat tail, and she had stock animations. That was the difference. Which I don't know if I still have that version. Maybe I do actually. Actually, let's see if I still have that one. I don't, maybe not. First Proto Gabi might be gone. Oh my, oh no, what have I done? Uh-oh. Oh wait, it's overlapping. Do I still have very first? I don't think I've still got it in here. Oh no, yeah, there it is. There, yeah, you see the ponytail and no tail, except I can't get, and I don't think I've got the animations for this one now. Maybe I do. If I search run. Oh yeah, there we go. We got the stock, the Mixamo animations. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there's very first Proto Gabi. Look at that. Actually, let's get new Gabi jogging next to it, because this is a bit more similar. These are a little more similar to each other. So we got the very first Proto Gabi, except her materials were a bit different as well. I don't have her old materials, but that was old. That was how she used to look in the very beginning. Versus now. Look how God, the pixel. I didn't realize how bad the pixelation was, but my goodness, it was horrific. Anyway, yeah. Proto Gabi. And then, yeah, someone also guessed the Unreal Mannequin. That's even earlier. That was like version 1. But yeah, guys, I am starving, so I'm gonna stop it there for today. But that's, this is the part I've been looking forward to the most. And I'm very excited to work on more of this as things go. I'm just gonna be a little busy with the YouTube side, because I do want to upload more than 4 videos this year. So if the animation progress looks a little slow, that's why. Because there's still a lot of videos that I have yet to make from before all this stuff, and I want to fill you guys all in. Someone asked earlier if there is a Discord. There is a members only one for patrons and members if you want to join and see. I post there like every day of like little incremental progress if you want to check that out. Supports the stream and the channel. Don't have to, of course, but you can. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it from me. Yeah, I know I haven't uploaded. Okay, I'm working on it. Okay, so that's why I just said that I was gonna be working on animation and video stuff at the same time. Oh no, maybe I should do an editing stream someday. Would you guys? I know it's not game dev type stuff. It's really not. Actually, yeah, editing and game dev are not the same at all. But I don't know, maybe. If you guys would like it. KFC Zinger. Well, guys, look, if I'm good, I can't. We don't have the Screen Australia money, okay? So we can't indulge on the Zinger box, okay? We got I'm going ultra budget mode on food. So unless we get more members and patrons, then maybe I could set some of that aside for the Zinger box fund. Okay, but until then, until you guys start supporting, I'm just gonna have to stick to my mince wraps. That's what I'm on now. It's actually probably better for me though, for real. But I'm gonna demolish a mince wrap right now, and I will catch you guys next time.